The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., February 27, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Nick LaLota to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from its submitted by the majority and minority leaders for the morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and the minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Skolton, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on the House floor to bring attention to the horrific conditions of migrant child labor happening right here in the United States of America, and to urge my colleagues to stand with me and bring solution to this appalling state of affairs. I represent West Michigan, where many of these migrant children reside. As an attorney who has spent my entire career fighting to make our immigration laws more just, more fair, more humane, and as a mother, I will not stand by as this tragedy continues. These are my constituents. These are my kids, and I'll protect them with everything I have. This weekend, the New York Times published a stunning expose shining light on the scores of migrant children currently working on our farms, our factories, and some of the most dangerous sites in our country. These children, some as young as 12, are working marathon shifts, often with dangerous machinery, to package our food, sew our clothes, and build our homes. The industries that employ them turn a blind eye to these children's suffering and often seek out and willingly participate in this despicable practice. In case I did not make myself clear, Mr. Speaker, these are children. Stories of kids dropping out of school, collapsing from exhaustion, and even losing limbs to machinery. These are the things that one might expect to find in a Charles Dickens or Upton Sinclair novel, but not an account of everyday life in America in 2023. Surely not here in the land of the free, where child labor protections have been on the books for nearly a century. Not in the country that holds itself up as the paragon of democracy, guaranteeing life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all. And yet right here, Mr. Speaker, we are exploiting minors from other countries, children in an already vulnerable situation, to do dangerous work for low pay that often results in life-changing injuries. Those allowing these practices to continue should be ashamed of themselves. The company at the center of this article, Hearthside Foods, which packages the breakfast cereals and snacks many of us have in our cupboards right now, proudly proclaims that 25% of their employees have been with the company for over a decade. I wonder if they have similar statistics they could share with us about how many of their employees were even alive a decade ago. Many of us in this room are parents. I have 2 young children of my own, the same age as some of the kids in these stories. My heart aches for these children. As a mother myself, rest assured, I am approaching this problem with the urgency and ferocity that it deserves. I wouldn't walk away from my own children in these factories, and I sure as hell am not going to walk away from someone else's children. As soon as I read this story, I immediately picked up the phone and started demanding answers and action. I called the White House, HHS, and DOL. This is a multi-level, multi-system failure that created the shadows where these children can be exploited. And we need a multi-level, multi-system approach to fix it. I've called on the administration to create an interagency task force to ensure that this kind of child exploitation cannot happen in the United States. We as a Congress must also act. That means first and foremost, holding the companies accountable with every tool at our disposal. It also means conducting oversight of the agencies responsible for enforcing these laws and ensuring they have the resources to protect the kids. What could possibly be a higher priority? At the heart of this matter, though, is that we need long-term solutions. We need comprehensive immigration reform that addresses the root cause of this problem. I know most of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle would agree that reform is long overdue. We need reform that addresses the border security, provides sufficient pathways for individuals to come to the United States of America, and addresses the root cause of migration. A safe and effective immigration system is essential for the United States to lead in a 21st century economy. It's critical national security component, essential for protecting human rights, and fundamental to our identity as a land of prosperity and opportunity. I've worked on all aspects of immigration, from enforcement to advocacy and across party lines. I believe we can have an immigration system that keeps our country safe and honors human dignity, because I've done it, I've worked on it, and I know I have colleagues in both parties who agree with me. I've already spoken with many of you who have expressed the same ideas. I know that my colleagues across the aisle care as deeply about children as I do. I know that as they have stood with righteous indignation to fight for the sanctity of life, I believe now they also have the courage and moral fortitude to stand and protect children from life-threatening harm and exploitive work. Let's come together and get this done. Thank you. I yield back the remainder of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address a crisis that President Biden refuses to acknowledge: the derailment of a train in East Palestine, Ohio, that has left a community traumatized and families afraid to drink the water that comes through their faucets. Instead of compassion, these families received nothing but a cold shoulder from President Biden. Instead of certainty, these families received a rushed process to test the water that they drink and the air that they breathe. What we need is a full accounting of events. As a doctor, I urge the EPA to continue to repeat the testing and to provide an accurate assessment of the risk posed to our communities' air and drinking water. An administration that fails to provide for the safety of its people is a failed administration. And I stand here to urge President Biden to visit East Palestine and finally support those Americans who are hurting. We need transparency. We need accountability. And we need to address this head on, not with shrugs and hand-wringing, and that's what we've seen so far from President Biden. We need to see compassion, we need to see thoroughness, and we need to see diligence in addressing this problem. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, a new and dangerous virus began to spread, caused by the Chinese Communist Party. And what they did, they shut down internal travel but allowed international flights to continue. The Chinese Communist Party was attempting to stop COVID-19 from spreading within its own borders while allowing it to come to the shores of America. This weekend, the Department of Energy finally confirmed what we have all along suspected, that this leak did not come from a wet market, that it escaped from a lab in central China. This virus and the related government policies led to vaccine mandates, lost jobs, supply chain problems, and the isolation of our nation's young people. It is time today to hold the Chinese Communist Party accountable. What we need now is to predict, prepare, and prevent another such disaster from occurring. The American people want and deserve answers, and they deserve accountability for the hardships that this virus, unleashed by the Chinese Communist Party, has allowed to occur. Now we need to ensure that a crisis like this can never occur again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about the role of the National Park Service in the Virgin Islands of the United States. While the National Park Service plays a vital role in preserving the natural and cultural resources and facilitating outdoor recreation throughout the nation, I must acknowledge that the relationship between the people of the Virgin Islands and the National Park Service has not always been and is not the best. On St. Croix, the park sits on some of our most sacred ground, and it is incumbent on them to appreciate and preserve that, of course, which is important, but also to make it accessible to those of us who are there, living there. On St. John especially, St. Johnians are concerned and have a history in which Lawrence Rockefeller was able to take so much land. There are questions even today about who owned what land, how was it taken, and how did it become part of the national park. I have continually expressed concern about the National Park Service hiring and staffing practices in the Virgin Islands. I've encouraged the recruitment of native Virgin Islanders who understand the historical context of park spaces and possess a greater degree of cultural awareness. And while there have been some hires, I have yet to see meaningful progress, and extended vacancies of Park Service positions are a concern. Additionally, for the past 3 years, I've suggested the formation of just a community garden within the Virgin Islands National Park Service boundaries. Such action is authorized by the National Park Service Management Plan of 2006. In fact, the Virgin Islands National Park Service General Management Plan of 1983 included the development of approximately 2-acre garden plot. The park compromises 7,259 acres. And to not have a plot for the people who live on that island to be able to garden, people who are locked around water, who have an inability to be able to get fresh fruit and vegetables to their families. It would also foster a better relationship between the community and the national park. Last week, my office hosted a meeting to ensure that Virgin Islanders' voices, not just written comments, were received by the Department of the Interior, the National Park Service, and the government of the Virgin Islands about the proposed Government of the Virgin Islands National Park Service St. John Land Exchange for the construction of a kindergarten through 12th grade school on St. John. During this meeting, my office learned of the barriers and difficulties to submit during the final comment period a written statement. Thankfully, the park was allowed us to extend this until March 15th. While my office can advocate for the people of the Virgin Islands, presently we are not, my office, Congress is not a party to the agreement. The land exchange between the governor of the Virgin Islands and the National Park Service seems to be going through. While I may not always agree with our governor, in this instance I recognize he's between a rock and a hard place presently, as Virgin Islanders are quickly approaching its deadline for using federal funding to rebuild the school. As we all know, the National Park Service process takes time. Indeed, Senator Angus King, who last Congress headed up the Natural Resources Committee in the Senate, was only able to get the National Park Service to donate land in Maine after 30 years of advocacy. The children of the Virgin Islands do not have that time. Additionally, we're approaching the end of Keneal Bay redevelopment and management environmental assessment public comment period. The National Park Service owns 70% of the island of St. John, of course, making it one of the most pristine islands, not only in the Virgin Islands, but in the Caribbean. The path forward for a resort at Keneal Bay must consider the socioeconomic and environmental impact on the Virgin Islands. Kinneil Bay contains some of the best beaches in the world, and to not utilize the property as a world-class five-star resort would put the Virgin Islands at a disadvantage for tourism dollars. The path forward for Kinneil Bay impacts not just St. John, but the entire territory. If Kinneil Bay is relegated to a third-rate facility, it will have a cataclysmic impact on the Virgin Islands economy. From reluctance to place plaques at sacred places, rangers stopping people
The lady's
in
time has
public
expired.
parades, the National Park Service has got to do better in terms of how it deals with native Virgin Islanders. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a dear friend of mine and so many others, William Harold Prestage, a true gentleman whom we all loved and knew as Bill. Bill is survived by his wife, Marcia, his 3 sons, Scott, John, and Ron, and multiple grandchildren who were his greatest joy and with whom he had his most cherished days. I first met Bill Prestage when I was a staffer for U.S. Senator Jesse Helms. After that first encounter, I would see and talk with him many times over the years at more community, agriculture, and political events than one could ever imagine. He was always a delight. He would cut to the chase in a very charming and direct way. And there was never any question of what he liked or what he didn't like. You always knew right where he stood on a matter. He was a lion of a man with a heart of gold. He was well known as a devout family man and an exceptional member of his community, one who would give you the shirt off his back if you needed it. Starting from very humble beginnings in the 1960s and with no agriculture experience, Bill pioneered what is now one of the country's largest family-owned and family-operated animal protein production companies. The foundation of this family enterprise was laid when Bill joined his good friend, Otis Carroll, whom he met upon moving to North Carolina. These 2 great entrepreneurs joined together and helped transform pork and turkey production, bringing significant economic development to southeastern North Carolina. In 1983, Bill, along with his wife Marcia and his sons, established what's known today as Prestage Farms. Today, with each generation of the family involved in the business, the Prestage Farms and Prestige Foods companies have 5 divisions across 7 states with 3 processing plants, collectively employing more than 2,300 people and contracting with more than 450 farm families. The company's multi-generational success is a true testament to Bill's entrepreneurial spirit and work ethic, as well as his devotion to his family and his employees. He was truly beloved by his family and friends, the agriculture community, and the hard-working employees and growers who make up the Prestige family of companies. His people were his passion, and they loved their leader tremendously. Those outside of the family business loved Bill too. And though he was far too humble to think it, Bill was, in fact, a very well-known and very well-liked celebrity wherever he went, not just in Sampson County, but throughout the state and country, particularly in agriculture, wildlife, and conservation circles. Beyond Bill's impact on the agriculture community, he is well known for his love of nature and the outdoors. As a result, he was an avid conservationist. Upland bird hunting, boating, and fishing were among his greatest joys, especially when his family would join him. There is no doubt that Bill not only made a name for himself as a pioneer in agriculture, he made our state and country a better place to live. He leaves behind a great legacy that will have an everlasting impact, as well as many, many great memories. Everyone who knew Bill loved Bill, and that, in and of itself, is arguably one of the greatest legacies one can have. I know I speak for countless others when I say Bill is deeply missed. His was a life of a great American and patriot, well lived, and an example of the best of humanity. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and celebrate the career of Nikki Dennis, who recently retired as Bladen County Clerk of Superior Court following 43 years of distinguished public service. Nikki is a proud, lifelong resident of Bladen County, and in 1979, she started her career at the Bladen County Courthouse, working as a deputy clerk. Thanks to Nikki's hard work, determination, professionalism, and kindness, she advanced quickly through the ranks and became an integral team member in the clerk's office. In 2006, Nikki was elected High Clerk and served in this capacity until her retirement recently. Over the years, Nikki has been a mentor and friend to so many. She managed multiple clerks while navigating the everyday challenges of the clerk's office with respect, grace, and professionalism, setting an example for public service that all should strive to emulate. On behalf of the citizens of Bladen County and the entire 7th Congressional District, I thank Nikki for her many years of service to Bladen County. I wish her great health and joy as she embarks on this next chapter of life. May God continue to bless her path. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Salinas, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise on Mental Health Monday to recognize Eating Disorder Awareness Week. This year's theme is It's Time for Change, and indeed it is. After opioid use disorder, eating disorders are the second deadliest psychiatric illness, yet they remain widely misunderstood. So I'd like to address some of those myths around them. Myth number 1, eating disorders are a choice. An eating disorder is an illness, often diagnosed with other mental illnesses. No one chooses to have an eating disorder. Myth number 2, only females have eating disorders. Eating disorders actually hurt people of all genders, ages, races, religions, sexual orientations, and body shapes. Myth number 3, you can't recover from an eating disorder. This, perhaps, is the most important myth to dispel. Recovery and treatment is possible. The National Eating Disorder Association offers free helplines and more information on their website, nationaleatingdisorders.org. Every 52 minutes, someone dies because of an eating disorder. It is time for change. So let's break the stigma, let's invest in care, and let's send a message to all those struggling. You are not alone. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a North Carolina legend, former U.S. Senator and Congressman James T. Broyhill, who passed away on February 18th at the age of 95. Jim Broyhill will be remembered as one of the political giants in the history of North Carolina, especially for those of us from the western part of the state that he so ably, with distinction, represented for over 2 decades. A native of Lenoir, Broyhill served in several executive capacities in his family's furniture industry, Broyhill Industries, prior to entering public service. He was first elected to the United States House of Representatives in 1962 as a long-shot candidate. Broyhill, a Republican, pulled off a narrow 1-point victory at a time when North Carolina politics was dominated by the Democratic Party. He quickly won the hearts of his constituents and served the people of western North Carolina in this House until 1986. Broyhill liked to tell a story from his first election, an occurrence that had an impact on him and taught him an important lesson in dealing with people. Table Rock is a beautiful and distinct mountain in Burke County, North Carolina, one that I am proud to represent, and one that Broyhill could see each day from his home in Lenoir. Out on the campaign trail one day, he drove around to the other side of the mountain and stopped at a small country store. He greeted the owner of that little store and said, "How are things on the backside of Table Rock today?" To which the owner replied, "Who says this is the backside?" He said he learned that day the importance of meeting people where they are, and that his perspective might not always be shared by someone else. A lesson, all of us here in the House and in Washington could be wise to hear and to learn. Broyhill loved his constituents, and the feeling was mutual. He took a personal interest acknowledging special events with a note or a phone call. He and his beloved wife, Louise, published the immensely popular Congressional Cookbook with recipes such as capital bean soup and heaven cake. But the real impact he made in Congress was as a landmark legislator. In the House, he sat on the Small Business Committee, the Post Office, and Civil Service Committee, and for many years was the ranking member of the Interstate and Foreign Commerce Committee, which we now call the Energy and Commerce Committee. President Reagan credited Senator Broyhill as being a key force in the 1985 tax reform package and the 1978 legislation that allowed cable companies to connect to existing utility poles that led to the explosive growth in cable television and communication. And in the 10th Congressional District that I'm proud to represent, it led to a boom in fiber optic manufacturing jobs that communities are still benefiting from today. It was then coaxial cable, fiber today. He always prioritized constituent service at home and was truly a pioneer in that regard. At a time when district offices were deemed to be of lesser importance to many on the Hill, then Congressman Broyhill kept his district offices fully staffed by trained professionals who were always ready to help with whatever issues his constituents had with federal agencies. That is something that I learned from him. His district became North Carolina's 10th congressional district in 1969, and I'm only the third representative from that district since then. His successor, Cass Ballinger, learned the art of constituent service from the Broyhill staff, and I, in turn, learned from Ballinger's staff, some of whom still work in my Hickory district office today. Jim Broyhill served in the United States Senate in the summer of 1986, serving the unexpired term of the late Senator John East. After his time in elective office ended, Broyhill continued to work on behalf of the people of North Carolina. He put his extensive business experience to use by serving as North Carolina's Secretary of Commerce and the chairman of the North Carolina Economic Development Commission. The post office in his beloved hometown of Lenoir was named after him, a well-deserved recognition. I could go on at length about his other accomplishments in public life and business, and certainly his long record in philanthropy. Let me just say this, that he lived his life well, always in service to others and our state and our nation, and we're all much better for his service to it. I'm grateful on behalf of my constituents, the people of North Carolina, and a grateful nation. I extend condolences to Senator Broyhill's family as they mourn. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the last 2 years, the Biden administration has consistently waged a war on American energy and our fuel sources. This unscientific, ideologically driven assault has crippled the American energy and hurt American families and our economy greatly. The American economy, our way of life, is dependent on reasonable, reliable, and easy access to energy. He's gone so far as to even deplete our strategic petroleum reserve. As you see here, these numbers going down dramatically in order to cover over this bad policy and make everybody think it's going to be okay. Americans rely on access to low-cost, efficient energy from sources like natural gas to heat their homes, cook their meals, and keep their lights on. It is neither feasible nor desirable for most Americans to abruptly switch to green alternatives such as wind and solar power and have to change all their appliances and yard tools out simply because of the whims of government and having too much time on their hands. Many can't afford to do these changes, nor should they have to. The unreliability of green energy makes it a much less preferable alternative. Faced with the choice between these two, most Americans make the sensible decision to stick with the low-cost, reliable natural gas over expensive, unreliable green energy. In my home state of California, where the electricity power grid in the summertime at any time could go down, yet they're trying to force people into electrifying just about everything, their cars, their stoves, their yard tools, even generators. Now, think about this for a minute. How do you have an electric generator when the power goes off from your electricity? I guess this must mean you have a warehouse of batteries somewhere, because otherwise, I don't know how you do it. Generators are supposed to be a backup plan, so frequently hospitals have diesel generators. People have generators of their own for camping and as well as backup for their homes. But they just keep going on, making up regulations. So faced with these choices, Americans would rather have their own choices. This administration has obsessively tried to ban and regulate Americans' off of fossil fuels, off of nuclear power, it seems, until recently when California, hallelujah, decided to extend the Diablo Canyon plant an additional 5 years, which is 9% of the power grid of California. 9%. Imagine if they took that offline like they were hell-bent on doing. And then keeping natural gas as part of the equation. We have so much natural gas reserve in this nation now because of the miracle of hydraulic fracturing. It's amazing what that has caused for us. Radical environmentalists, though, can't take no for an answer. They've done away with trying to argue for their ideas and simply use government fiat, a stroke of a pen, to try and take these things away, including the latest proposal by the Department of Energy to ban gas stoves, which has got everybody all on Twitter right now. Is that really what we need to be focused on right now with the situation with the railroad in Ohio and whatever the mess is we're going to make out of Ukraine, our border, so many other issues? No, let's keep people distracted with this gas stove situation here. So what we have is a proposal by the Department of Energy to do it by the stroke of a pen, by just making a regulation to ban the sale of stoves that don't meet what is called an EL2 standard. They're just going to block the sales of these stoves, which means about half of them that are currently on the market will no longer be available on the market. People will have less choices. It may not fit their style of kitchen, the size of their family. It may not fit a restaurant. It may not fit what you need for a kitchen that helps aid people that are short of food. Soup kitchens. They want to take all these options away simply by a stroke of a pen. People are getting furious over this such. And for families that enjoy the use of that gas stove, they work nice. I have one. I saw First Lady Joe Biden, a picture of her cooking on one in the White House. So where does the hypocrisy end on all this? Evidently, it doesn't end at the White House. It ends at the choices that humans have in this country. So we need to block this EL2 regulation that Department of Energy is putting out. Yet another thing to try and distract us, I think, from other issues. But it's an important one for people to have natural gas stoves and other appliances that are available to them. And so I sum up on that with the ideal that the only reason we're really doing all this stuff ostensibly is because of CO2. You see right here, carbon dioxide represents 0.04% of our atmosphere, okay? People think from all the hype over CO2, oh my gosh, climate change, it's a religion being pounded away in our schools and our society, and ESG and these corporations all day long. It's only 0.04% of our atmosphere. And so they would have us all live in caves eating crickets because of a
Gentleman's
increase
time
of
has expired.
0.01% and take away our stoves right on top of that right now. We got to fight back on the DOE regulation. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Mrs. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Ben Keeter of Iowa City, who took down Hempstead's Joe Lewis in a technical fall to win his 4th state title in wrestling, only the 32nd time in the history of Iowa State wrestling tournament. He's also the 7th to complete an undefeated high school career with an outstanding record of 111-0 with 105 career bonus point wins. In addition to winning his 4th state title and shattering records in Iowa, Ben also holds a world title in wrestling. Just this summer, he represented Iowa on the world stage and won gold at the Junior Men's Freestyle World Championship. An all-star athlete and senior at Iowa City High School, Ben excels in more than just wrestling. He has also been a star member of the football, baseball, and track teams. Ben's proudest accomplishment, though, is being a good role model for future wrestlers. He always makes time to talk to and take pictures with younger wrestlers at tournaments and makes it a priority to keep things fun. I'm proud of Ben's accomplishments, and I join all of Iowa in being proud that he continues to represent our state at the highest levels. I'm also honored that he's chosen to continue his wrestling career in Iowa City at the University of Iowa. Go Hawkeyes. Today is also TCU, or Texas Christian University Day at the Capitol in Washington, D.C. As an alum of Harris College of Nursing at TCU, I want to welcome TCU to Washington State. As long as TCU is not playing an Iowa team, I can say, go Frogs. Yesterday, February 26th, the Wall Street Journal released another article about the origins of COVID-19. This time, the Department of Energy has acknowledged that most likely this was a lab leak from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. I remember having a hearing here in the Capitol with the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic, at which we discussed the origins of COVID-19. We were derided, we were ridiculed, as have other members of Congress. I think it's important that we recognize there is such an importance for free speech, and especially in healthcare and in medicine and science, that a debate is what needs to take place, and that we should be careful in who we chastise simply because we don't like the political party that they represent. It was no conspiracy to acknowledge that there was not furin cleavage sites normal, that there were doubling of amino acids, and that there was gain-of-function research that had been funded indirectly by the United States government despite a prohibition on gain-of-function research. And to this day, there has not yet been an intermediate host for SARS-CoV-2, although there was very rapidly with both SARS and MERS. My point is that we need to recognize that we can have differences of opinion, and those should not be considered to be radical or conspiracy theorists, despite what political party that emanates from. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate a U.S. Army veteran, a great Tennessean, teacher, and mentor to many. Hugh Hicks Stubblefield, also called Hicks or Stubb, passed away late last year after a long life of inspiring others. Professor Stubblefield discovered his passion for the classroom in 1951 as a student at Tennessee Tech University. From there, he became an educator himself, teaching high school in Atlanta and Cincinnati. He went on to earn master's degrees from George Peabody College and the University of Missouri. And then, in 1962, while reporting for the local newspaper, he returned to Tennessee Tech to teach journalism until he retired in 1999. I had the pleasure of being one of his many students. Another former student of his, Lindsay Pride, now the editor of the Herald-Citizen and the local paper in Cookeville, wrote, "Hugh didn't lecture students, he shared stories." I agree. His experiences gave students real-world examples of the do's and don'ts of journalism, and those nuggets of wisdom could apply to any field. His advice was just flat-out helpful. For an undergraduate student getting their start in life, or a journalism student. Perhaps one of the most important lessons he taught us was patience. He emphasized that it's better to be accurate than first. He stressed the importance of having multiple, genuine sources. He spoke about the consequences of lacking accuracy and objectivity. We're living through many of those consequences right now as a country. Now more than ever, we could all benefit from Professor Stubblefield's introduction to journalism class. He fostered discipline in his students, discipline that came in handy in many professions and even everyday life, including independent thought, double-checking facts, and fairness. He showed a genuine interest in the long-term success of his students and kept in touch with many of them as they maneuvered the professional world. That kind of attentiveness had an impact on countless alumni, including a writer for the Los Angeles Times, an editor for the New York Times, a novelist, and yes, at least one United States congressman. Professor Stubblefield did more than teach. He served as advisor for the university yearbook and student newspaper for decades. In fact, he received several honors from the National Council on College Publication Advisors over his career. For years, Professor Stubblefield was an active member of the community, serving on the Upper Cumberland chapter of the Tennessee Trails Association. He was also very involved with Parkview United Methodist Friendship United Methodist Church in Cookeville. He leaves behind a wife of 63 years, Anne Elizabeth Blair Stubblefield, also a teacher of mine, 2 children, Katie Elizabeth and John David, a granddaughter, and several great-grandchildren. I know his kindness will continue to live on in them and his many former students. Mr. Speaker, for 136 years, The Tennessee National Guard has stood ready to respond to any state or federal mission. That takes more than manpower or equipment. It takes training to ensure our soldiers and airmen are truly prepared for any emergency scenario or conflict. But even training comes with its share of hazards and sacrifice. Our hearts are still broken after 2 Tennessee Army National Guard pilots lost their lives during some of that training in a helicopter crash in Huntsville, Alabama, 12 days ago. Chief Warrant Officers Daniel Wadham and Danny Randolph had nearly 30 years of combined public service. They left behind a grateful state and nation. I invite my House colleagues to join me in praying for their families. Let us all do what we can to make sure their commitment to freedom is never forgotten. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moreland, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take this time to honor the late and great Jose Piro Tilahi, who left this world recently. A proud son of Guam, Piro was a husband, a father, and a grandfather. He was also an uncle, a nino, and a primo to many. Piro proudly served his nation in uniform, protected his island as a police officer, and represented his community as the mayor of Jotnya. I was honored to serve with him in the 35th and the 36th Guam legislature, where as senator, he tirelessly advocated for the perpetuation of Guam's culture, for veterans, for law enforcement officers, and most importantly, for the people of Guam. I stand here today in the halls of this historical building to not only recognize and commend Senator Jose Piro Tilahi for his many contributions to the country and to our beautiful island of Guam, but also to express the nation's deepest condolences to his wife, Flo, and to his family. Rest in peace, Primo, till we meet again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you. I'd like to address the same article that one of my Democrat colleagues mentioned earlier today about an article that was published in the New York Times over the weekend addressing what's going on with some of a segment of some of the people who have come across the border inappropriately over the last few years. Now, things have changed with the parole policy. We don't know how that's going to shake out. But we've about multiplied by 11 or 12 times the number of people coming to this country illegally since President Biden took office. We've gone from about 20,000 people a month to just short of 240,000 people a month. But I'm going to address a subset of that population, and that is the young children. Approximately 9,000 to 10,000 unaccompanied minors are coming across our border every month without either parent. What becomes of these 20,000 what becomes of this 10,000 children every month who don't have either parent with them? Well, the New York Times found out what happens to some of them. They wind up working in very dangerous working conditions. That's what happens when you let people across the border without their parents being able to look out for them. 10,000 children left across the border unaccompanied. Others, like the little girl referenced in the article in the New York Times, came here with a relative she didn't even know before this, if he really was the relative. This is something that bothers the Border Patrol. I really wish some of the Democrats would come down to the border and find out what's really going on down there. The Border Patrol and Republicans have been complaining repeatedly about all these unaccompanied minors. And in the past, when we had to separate parents from their kids for 2 weeks, for a month, and I believe there were a total of only 4,000 kids there, the Democrats were screaming bloody murder. How dare you separate these people from their parents for even a couple weeks? Now we have children, over 120,000 last year, separated from their parents perhaps permanently. And that's at least 120,000. The Border Patrol feels that sometimes when people are bringing children across the border, they're only pretending to be their parents. And sometimes the Border Patrol does DNR checks, and they find still more children who are being separated from their parents. We wish they had the time and the money to do DNA tests on all the parents, because I assure the New York Times the number is actually greater than that. Now, then they are spread out around the country. We would not allow that for our children, right? If somebody from this country, and what they do, so you understand, is the children show up at the southern border with an address. Maybe it's written on their shirt or something, I want to go to 123 Elm Street, Portland, Oregon, and our U.S. government will deliver them to 123 Elm Street, Portland, Oregon, even though neither parent is there. Even though we haven't done thorough checks on the people who are there, we have we have some idea, but not enough of an idea who these young kids are being told they have to live with. Interestingly, the New York Times and my colleague on the other side of the aisle, they are concerned about the working conditions, but they mention nothing at all about the fact that these children are separated from their parents. Neither parent. Isn't that something that should be a concern? I realize you're the party of Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter, we condemn the nuclear family, da-da-da-da-da. But I assure you, a child is better off with its parents, better off with both its parents, and this idea that apparently it's okay to let children across the southern border, if only they have a nice job when they're 16 years old, is ridiculous. The United States not ought to be part of breaking up these families. Now, the other thing I'd like to point about that the New York Times doesn't mention at all, a lot of times kids show up at the southern border with a single parent. In this country, if there's a divorce, we do what we can to try to make sure the child has some experience or contact with both parents. I'm sure the Central American countries would like it. I am told by the Border Patrol the Central American countries do not like the Biden policy of having young people come here because they feel they're losing their future. They don't want to have all their young people come to this country. I realize the Biden is all about, changing America, getting apparently as many people here as quickly as possible, from far away as possible. We don't care if the parents are separated. But believe me, and I think there's a little bit of racism here maybe, believe me, in this country, we would not want one parent taking a child without the other parent signing off and moving to another country or moving to a different part of this country. But apparently, when it comes to children from Latin America, the Biden administration and the New York Times is okay with that. Please, I intend to hold a hearing on my subcommittee. Please, look out for the children at the southern border.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the retirement of Major General John F. King from the Georgia National Guard. Major General King has been a member of the Georgia National Guard for over 30 years. During his time with the Guard, he has served abroad in places such as Iraq and Afghanistan. While in Afghanistan, he served as a military advisor and the Deputy Minister of Interior for Security for Afghanistan, who oversaw an agency of over 96,000 police officers. Major General King has won many awards for military and public services, including the Bronze Star Medal and Combat Infantryman Badge, the Meritorious Service Medal, and a NATO award for his service in both Bosnia and Afghanistan, among many others. For his entire career, Major General King has put his country and his state before himself. He is a true example of what it means to be a public servant. I hope that he enjoys his retirement from the Georgia National Guard, and I look forward to seeing the great things he does as Georgia's Insurance Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Marshes of Glen Libraries for being recognized as the Georgia Public Library of the Year. The single county library system serves a population of 85,000 in Glenn County, Georgia, through two branches, the Brunswick-Glenn County Library and the St. Simons Island Public Library. This honor was given for the library's efforts to strengthen common community partnerships, diversify its funding portfolio, and expand services to meet the informational, educational, cultural, and recreational needs of Glenn County residents. Marshes of Glen Libraries received nomination letters from local partners, business leaders, and patrons who each highlighted the impact the library has made in the community. One of the library's many initiatives include the Take 5 program, which is helping reestablish early literacy outreach following the impacts of COVID-19 on family engagement with schools and public libraries. I would like to congratulate and thank everyone at Marshes of Glen Libraries for their incredible work to provide such a vital resource for our community. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the hard work of law enforcement officials who participated in Operation Ghostbusted. Law enforcement officials planned for more than 2 years to bust the drug trafficking network. This multi-department operation led to the indictment of 76 individuals who planned to move a large amount of illegal drugs into South Georgia. The criminals planned to distribute methamphetamine, fentanyl, heroin, and alprazolam. Law enforcement officials also seized 43 firearms and over $53,000 in cash. As we all know, the fentanyl crisis is devastating communities all across our country. Now more than ever, it's important for our law enforcement to get these dangerous narcotics off of our streets. Luckily, because of the hard work of our law enforcement officials, South Georgians can sleep well at night. Thank you again to the work of all law enforcement personnel involved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, turn our eyes so that they remain fixed only on you. For in you we behold all that is good and right and holy. How can we be inclined toward anything else? So then, may we cease to try to serve both you and the things around us. Keep us from becoming obsessed with the stuff of this world, money, power, and success, loving these things and failing to show our love for you through our generosity, our humility, and our compassion. May we redirect our loyalty for one side or another, the rightness of our argument, our disparagement of those with whom we disagree, for such behavior fails to show our fealty to you, but instead reflects our contempt for your desires for faithfulness, reconciliation, and respect for your presence in the people and purposes you set before us. This day, in all that we do, in all that we say, in all that we are, may we serve only you. In your merciful name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Pursuant to Clause 1, Rule 1, I demand a vote on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal.
The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor say aye. Are you in favor? Say aye. Nay. Those opposed say nay.
And make a point of order.
The ayes have it. The journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings of the question are postponed. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I stand today to honor Texas Christian University's 150th anniversary. In 1873, the Randolph and Addison Clark brothers had a bold vision to create a university that would educate individuals to be leaders for the future with the highest levels of character and responsibility. Over the years, TCU delivered on that mission and has been a beacon of strong educational values for the world to see. The staff and leaders throughout the years have been instrumental in building a brighter and better future for all Horned Frogs. As a proud alumnus of the university, I can speak to how vital my experience at TCU was the rest of my life. TCU may have looked different then when I was there in the 60s and 70s, but the spirit of innovation, achievement, and a shared sense of purpose has remained the same. TCU has always embraced our rich history, while also looking at what is next, whether it be campus transformation, expanding our excellent academic programs, or bringing out sports teams to new levels of victory. TCU has always embraced a bold vision for the future. So today, TCU stands as a world-class university. As the student and alumni community comes together to remember our special heritage, may we recommit ourselves to the original mission of TCU and continue to deliver in our success, guided by our faith and passion for the fighting TCU Horned Frogs. I have no doubt TCU will continue to lead on for the next 150 years. Riff Ram, Bazoo, Go Frogs, in God we trust. I yield back.
So for what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this week millions of Americans will see their SNAP benefits drastically reduced when emergency allotments end. These supplemental benefits have been a lifeline for families, and I'm deeply disappointed they're ending. In Massachusetts, SNAP benefits will be reduced by nearly $100 per person per month. One family in Western Massachusetts, for example, says the reduction will mean having to choose between healthy foods or therapies for the young son with Down syndrome. And there are thousands of other heart-wrenching stories just like this. Thankfully, our incredible governor, Maura Healey, has a proposal to extend 3 months of state-level partial payments. I support the Massachusetts State Legislature acting as quickly as possible on her proposal, and I encourage other states to look for ways to help ease the cliff for SNAP recipients. In the upcoming Farm Bill, Congress must thoroughly examine benefit adequacy. The average benefit of $2 a meal just is not enough. We can do and must do more to end hunger now. I yield back my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to serve as chairman of the U.S. Helsinki Commission, also known as the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Last week in Vienna, all democracies of the 57-member Parliamentary Assembly unanimously supported Ukraine and condemnation of war criminal Putin. The world understands there is competition between democracies with rule of law opposed by authoritarians with rule of gun. War criminal Putin is sacrificing young Russians for oil, money, and power for himself. Ukraine represents peace through strength and must be victorious in this conflict to avoid the Chinese Communist Party invasion of Taiwan and to stop the Iranian regime as it develops intercontinental ballistic missiles to vaporize Israel and bring mass murder to America. America is not alone. Understanding freedom is not free. The European Union has provided $54 billion to Ukraine, and recently Norway authorized another $7 billion and Japan another $5 billion. Over 52 nations are promoting eventual peace through strength for Ukraine. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman's time expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Seek to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend other rights.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year on my birthday, I was really excited to see that I had a kayak expedition on my calendar. I love getting outdoors and especially on the open water, but because I represent a district that has some of the oldest infrastructure in the country, it turned out that my kayak tour was an inspection of combined stormwater and sewer outlets on the Schuylkill River. That's why I'm more excited today to highlight that $2.4 billion from the bipartisan infrastructure law is being invested in communities nationwide to support necessary upgrades to our infrastructure to increase access to clean water. I'm thrilled to see yet another wave of clean water infrastructure funding, including $92 million for Pennsylvania, being invested in the health and safety of our families. Nearly half that funding is available as grants and forgivable loans to ensure that our most underserved communities can access the investments. As I noted, some of our greatest infrastructure and environmental challenges facing southeastern Pennsylvania involve the need to address critical water, wastewater, and stormwater projects. This new funding will protect the health of Pennsylvania children and families. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize a spectacular company that's headquarters in North Carolina, Golden Corral. This year, Golden Corral and its many dedicated employees are celebrating 50 years of providing Americans across the country with home-cooked classics at an affordable price. Mr. Speaker, what makes this company truly exceptional is its unwavering commitment to serving the communities in which it operates. From its various fundraisers to support local initiatives, to its long-standing partnership with a national nonprofit to support veterans and their families, it's abundantly clear that Golden Corral lives and breathes service. Congratulations to Golden Corral and to many employees on reaching such a historic milestone. Here's to many more years of service to America's countless communities. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in honor of Draco Miller, a cherished member of the Brownwood community who sadly passed away on February 16, 2023. Draco was a father, husband, son, business owner, and public servant to the community of Brownwood. As a city council member, mentor to our youth, and leader in numerous service-oriented boards and organizations. In 2022, Draco was named Man of the Year by the Brownwood Chamber of Commerce for his service to Brownwood. In his own words, he said, "This is my city. I love my city. There's no place like home." Although he loved and cherished Brownwood, his family was the most important facet of his life. He dedicated his life to passing along his long-held values of faith, family, and a strong work ethic. He is remembered for his seemingly endless energy, optimism, and goodwill that carried him through decades of community involvement and community improvement projects. And although we mourn his loss, I know his legacy will live on through his wife, Sonia, their children, many extended family members, and the entire Brownwood community. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House is in recess to subject the call to Chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 132.
The clerk will read the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 132, resolution responding to the earthquakes in Turkey and Syria on February the 6th, 2023.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Keating, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection, so ordered.
I also ask unanimous consent to place into the record letters exchanged with financial services and judiciary committees.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. And I now yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Mr. Speaker, America and the world have been shocked by the deadly earthquake in Turkey and Syria on February 6, which killed more than 50,000 people and injured more than 100,000 people. Entire cities and towns near the epicenter in Turkey have been wiped off the map. 5 million people are homeless, and over 20 million are in need now. We are grateful to see such a generous and compassionate American response. Many brave men and women, both inside Turkey, Syria, and others from around the globe, sprang into action to work relentlessly at search and rescue operations and providing relief to the people impacted on the ground. At Incirlik Air Base, a very strategic American air base in Turkey, just 125 miles from the earthquake epicenter, the 728th Air Mobility Squadron and the 39th Operational Support Squadron have worked quickly to coordinate with the United States Agency for International Development to deliver aid to those impacted on the ground who are in need. American families offer sincere sympathies to the families who are mourning loved ones and nursing others back to health. The Republic of Turkey, for over 70 years, has been a valued NATO ally and is co-chair of the Congressional Caucus on U.S.-Turkey relations, and Turkish Americans. I'm particularly supportive of their efforts to meet to the needs of the impacted earthquake victims. The entrepreneurial Turkish American and Syrian American communities have been mobilized, such as Vinnie and Nestle Sinturk, owners of Hidden Valley Tavern in Sapphire, North Carolina, represented by Congressman Chuck Edwards, who are raising funds to help the people in Turkey. The Civil Defense, better known as the White Helmets, have been instrumental in the search and rescue efforts, in addition to clearing rubble and opening roads to facilitate the distribution of relief aid by local non-government organizations. Their efforts saved at least 3,000 lives, despite being left alone and receiving no material international support through the critical and crucial first days of the response. Impressive assistance by Raed al-Salaya and all the other White Helmets which he leads has been achieved to help the people who are so desperately needed to advocate and provide real assistance. To make this devastating tragedy worse, Syria's brutal dictator Assad is stealing humanitarian aid, and even worse, has continued bombing the affected areas at least 10 times since the earthquake. There have already been videos of the Assad regime soldiers stealing aid that is attempting to reach Syrian communities in need. The United Nations has been stopped to provide critical aid into northwest Syria because of war criminal Putin's veto on the border crossing assistance in the United Nations Security Council. This is after the Assad regime initially refused to permit humanitarian aid through northern points of entry that are controlled by the opposition groups. The United Nations should not politicize humanitarian assistance. Even further, the UN should circumvent the obstructions of Assad and war criminal Putin, which denies humanitarian aid to earthquake victims. It is significant that this resolution calls on President Biden to use all diplomatic means to push the UN to get aid to those in need. Natasha Hall from the Center for Strategic and International Studies has said it clearly, quote, "The Syrian government has perfected the politicization and weaponization of humanitarian aid through the civil war. In some cases, it's far more effective than the military offensive," end of quote. Yet Assad, to add insult to injury, continues to lie and blame U.S. sanctions for causing delays in aid. This is simply not true. As this resolution makes clear, Mr. Speaker, sanctions on war criminals like Assad, which passed on a bipartisan basis, prevent the regime from obtaining the resources to further brutalize the people of Syria and do not inhibit humanitarian assistance. I am deeply saddened that there has been a weakening of sanctions by the Biden administration on the Assad regime through permitting direct transactions with the Assad regime. This will do nothing to help the earthquake relief and will only endanger Syrian civilians by enriching the regime. We are already seeing the result of Biden's weak policy this week, with Arab countries beginning to normalize relations with the regime and ignoring the Caesar Act, which threatens the consequences for normalization. Despite this, let it be known that Congress will continue to stand with the Caesar Act on a bipartisan basis and strengthen sanctions on Assad and those who engage this barbaric regime. It is gruesomely clear that there is no solution to the problems in Syria so long as the brutal Assad regime remains in power. Terrorism, refugees, war crimes, Iranian influence, chemical weapons, narco-trafficking, genocide. Assad is the driver of all of these. The earthquake proves the point yet again. American families' prayers and sincere condolences go to the people of Turkey and Syria. To the brutal Assad regime and its backers, war criminal Putin, the authoritarian Ayatollah in Iran, there will be a message. Your diversion of humanitarian aid during an earthquake is despicable. You are not fooling anyone with your lies about sanctions. The U.S. Congress stands united. We will never normalize with you. We will hold all those who attempt to normalize with you accountable, and we will not stop supporting the people of Syria to have a government they deserve based on democracy with rule of law, not authoritarians with rule of gun. It is bipartisan in America to support freedom for the people of Syria and Iran and victory for the people of Ukraine, seeking to defend their country from authoritarian governments. Again, our prayers go to those affected by the earthquake. God bless the people of Turkey, Syria, and the United States of America. I yield.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this resolution. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as a co-sponsor in support of my friend, Congressman Joe Wilson's resolution, HRES 132, responding to the earthquakes in Turkey and Syria on February 6, 2023. This timely and important resolution comes just weeks after multiple 7.5 plus magnitude earthquakes caused widespread devastation across central southern Turkey and northern Syria. This natural disaster was so powerful that the shaking could be felt as far away as Egypt. The numbers are just staggering. Following the initial shaking, Turkey and Syria have borne the brunt of over 1,000 aftershocks, furthering the massive destruction and death that's decimated the infrastructure and the communities across the region. And even today, Mr. Speaker, there was another aftershock with reported loss of death. As of February 25, 2023, Reuters estimated that 160,000 buildings containing over 500,000 apartments have collapsed or were severely damaged. The earthquake has killed more than 48,000 people and injured 118,700 others in Turkey and Syria combined. Today, the UN Development Program estimates that 1.5 million people have been left homeless. As ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Europe and as an original co-sponsor of this resolution, I want to express my deepest condolences to the people of Turkey and Syria who have been so deeply impacted by these earthquakes. Tens of thousands have lost their lives and even more have been left without a safe place to call home. As a result, once vibrant cities and communities across the entire region have been shattered and left in ruin. In addition, I want to commend the efforts of thousands of international humanitarian aid and rescue workers, as well as national entities, local organizations, and individuals from across the region who've come together to provide life-saving assistance to those impacted by this devastating earthquake. During the past few weeks, these aid workers have provided life-saving resources and support, all the while working in freezing winter conditions, just to help the people relieve themselves of this enormous devastation and provide the greatest help to the people who need it the most. I also want to applaud those humanitarian and rescue workers from across the United States government who have joined the international community in a global response. In total, as of February 19, 2023, the United States has allocated $185 million in humanitarian assistance for the earthquake response in Turkey and Syria. As a part of its coordinated response, USAID's Bureau of Humanitarian Assistance quickly deployed a disaster assistance response team, also known as DART, which is working in close coordination with the government authorities and partners on the ground. The DART, including USAID-supported research and rescue units, have drawn from domestic voluntary help as well. And it's important to recognize in Fairfax County, Virginia, and in Los Angeles County, California, the fire departments have come to the aid to help the people in such great need. They provide heroic assistance, and working with USAID, have deployed a total of 160 urban search and rescue personnel to Turkey who have now returned to the United States. We thank them for their volunteer and heroic acts. Furthermore, through its implementing partner, the World Food Program, as of February 23rd, USAID had also supported the provision of food assistance to 660,000 individuals in Syria and 900,000 earthquake-affected people in Turkey. In addition, 840 metric tons of USAID in-kind relief commodities, including water, hygiene materials, kitchen sets, disaster relief materials, are all delivered to support the earthquake survivors. Finally, the Department of Defense, in coordination with USAID's Bureau of Humanitarian Assistance, has airlifted 541,100 pounds of critical relief items, including blankets, emergency food commodities, generators, space heaters, tents, and winter clothing. I strongly support those efforts and commend President Biden, Secretary Blinken, Administrator Power for their swift response to this disaster. As the international community has responded, the Assad regime has made that effort far more difficult. For example, while the Department of Treasury has taken important steps to clarify existing sanctions licenses required to ensure the transfer of vital humanitarian aid to the region, the exploitation of this disaster by the Assad regime is reprehensible and cynical. I wholeheartedly condemn these efforts by the Assad regime, which have included preventing the United Nations from providing assistance through multiple border crossings between Turkey and Syria. The people of Syria have suffered tremendously under the Assad regime, which since 2011 has used any means available, including the use of chemical weapons, to suppress the voice of the Syrian people. There is an intense need for international assistance in Syria, and I support the call in this resolution for the Biden administration to continue to use all diplomatic tools, including through the UN Security Council, to open and keep open all Turkey-Syria border crossings for the United Nations assistance. Despite barriers from the Assad regime, the United Nations has worked tirelessly in coordinating and facilitating life-saving humanitarian assistance efforts by providing hot meals, food, tents, clothing, medical supplies, and personnel to affected areas. Psychosocial support services are also being provided as well. Child-friendly spaces and safe spaces for women to ensure those most vulnerable are cared for are also in motion there. UN programs like the World Food Program and the UN High Commission for Refugees have also crossed into Syria and Bab al-Salam at that border, crossing to ensure the people of Syria receive the vital aid that they need. Altogether, the United Nations has sent health supplies to more than 400,000 people that are impacted by the earthquake and released $50 million from its Central Emergency Response Fund to jumpstart the response. The UN has also issued a flash appeal to raise all necessary funds to help meet the needs of those affected by these earthquakes. I want to again thank Congressman Joe Wilson for his efforts on this legislation, as well as over 35 bipartisan co-sponsors. This resolution sends a strong message of solidarity from the United States to the people of Turkey and Syria as they begin to cope with the aftermath of these devastating earthquakes, and I'm proud to join in supporting this effort. I encourage my colleagues to support this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's really refreshing to see Republicans and Democrats come together as we assist the people of Turkey and Syria. It's inspiring. Congressman Bill Keating, I'm just so grateful that he's one of the first co-sponsors of the legislation to show our appreciation of the people of Turkey and Syria. It's particularly meaningful to me. The loss of life is inconceivable. 50,000 people dead, 100,000 people injured, 5 million people homeless. Actually, in some ways I can identify the largest earthquake ever recorded on the East Coast was in my birthplace of Charleston, South Carolina, October 31, 1886. And growing up there in Charleston, people, when I was much younger, people who had actually memory of the earthquake. And it's something that it has been so horrifying that indeed the people of Turkey and Syria, we are with them. And then it's particularly significant to me where America has such a positive role. The thought that Incirlik Air Base is 125 miles from the epicenter. How close? And the significance that the runways were not affected. And so from that, the various American military units could work, and we want to give special credit to the 728th Air Mobility Squadron and the 39th Operational Support Squadron, who have worked so closely with USAID to provide the massive amounts of aid for the 20 million people who are in need. And so it's refreshing to see Republicans and Democrats working together to see how important it is that the people of Turkey understand as a NATO member how important they are to the American people. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman from South Carolina for his strong bipartisan support in this gathering together people on both sides of the aisle for American interest. As he pointed out, we have an interest not only with our own defense facilities not far from that region, and not only associating, as he has in his own experience, the devastation of earthquakes, but also a stark contrast that occurs to the people of Syria when they find out that U.S. And other countries are coming together to their aid while the Syrian regime under Assad continues to wreak havoc and damage to the everyday lives of the people of Syria. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Representative Madeleine Dean, a new member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, who we all look forward to working together with, for her comments.
Thank you.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you, Mr. Keating. I rise in support of this important resolution responding to the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Turkey and Syria as a result of the devastating earthquakes on February 6th and the many, many aftershocks. The death toll from this tragedy is approaching 50,000 men, women, and children, thousands more injured, hundreds of thousands of buildings destroyed, and millions of survivors have been displaced from their homes, many now residing in temporary shelters with inadequate food, heat, water, and medical care. I commend the gentleman making this resolution. I commend the Biden administration for its swift response to this crisis. Through USAID and the State Department, the United States government quickly mobilized search and rescue teams, allocated $185 million in humanitarian assistance, and continues to deliver vital relief supplies to first responders. Rebuilding from this disaster will not be easy, and the road ahead is long. We call upon the governments in this area to support the people, to support their recovery, to support their rebuilding. This resolution is a symbol of our commitment to ensuring we continue to deliver assistance to those so gravely impacted by this tragedy. Mr. Speaker, I thank Congressman Wilson. I thank you, Congressman Keating, for your leadership in this important resolution. God bless the people of Turkey and Syria. I urge my colleagues to support, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, it's so refreshing to see colleagues of both political parties across the country, South Carolina to Massachusetts to Pennsylvania, but actually it's reflective of the deep affection that the people of America have, as we appreciate in particular Turkey, a NATO ally that is always to be cherished, because when you visit the Korean War Memorial here on the Mall in Washington, you see the allies that stood together to oppose the communist aggression of June 1950. And the first country that's listed is Turkey. It's just an ever-present reminder of our appreciation and then our recognition of Kemal Ataturk, his success in creating a democracy in the Middle East. Over and over again, there's such a great affection and the significance of the Turkish-American community and the Syrian-American community, what they've meant as entrepreneurs across our country, so positive. And I now reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no other requests for time, and I'm prepared to close if the other side is prepared as well.
Reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I again want to thank Congressman Joe Wilson as the chair of the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on the Middle East, North Africa, and Central Asia as for all his work in this resolution. It's important to recognize that the U.S. is joining the whole international community again at a time of need. It is in our self-interest to move in this respect too. There's countless after effects as well as aftershocks that will result as a result of this earthquake. And we're going to see time and time again swift action, humanitarian action, action for support will really come back in a very cost-effective and humanitarian way to provide dividends moving forward in the future. That being said, too, our NATO ally, Turkey, is suffering a great deal. And we want to demonstrate not just through NATO and other alliances that we have, that we're there for the Turkish people as well, who have often come to our aid in areas of critical security needs. The people of Turkey and Syria have suffered tremendously as a result of these earthquakes and thousands of the aftershocks. I support this resolution to signal globally that the United States stands with the people of Turkey and Syria, and the United States will continue to support any and all humanitarian efforts to bring aid and assistance to the victims of these disasters. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that all our colleagues join together in this bipartisan effort to support this important resolution. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts yields. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the broad coalition of members on both sides of the aisle with the leadership of Congressman Bill Keating, who have come together to support this critical resolution. I especially want to thank Speaker Kevin McCarthy and Leader Steve Scalise for their accelerating the scheduling of this for today. It's so important for the people of Turkey and Syria to know of our affection for them. The people of the United States stand with the suffering people of Turkey and Syria and who have been so impacted by this terrible natural disaster. House Resolution 132 is an important statement of human solidarity and deserves our unanimous support. I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 132? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek
On that, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and the nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and the nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. All right, ready? For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1108. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days.
The gentleman will suspend? And the clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1108, a bill to amend the Communications Act of 1934 to extend the authority of the Federal Communications Commission to grant a license or construction permit through a system of competitive bidding.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's important today that we consider H.R. 1108. This bill would extend the Federal Communications Commission's general authority to auction spectrum and provide licenses and construction permits for the use of radio spectrum. And this piece of legislation is sponsored by the gentlelady from Washington, the chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, and also by the ranking member, the gentleman from New Jersey, of the Energy and Commerce Committee. Without congressional action, the FCC's authority to issue spectrum licenses expires on March the 9th. Auction authority is a key tool for making frequencies available for commercial uses that enable U.S. technological leadership. This bill will also ensure that FCC has the authority it needs to continue issuing licenses for a spectrum band that will be used to provide better coverage on wireless speeds across the United States. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1108 to extend the authority of the Federal Communications Commission to auction commercial spectrum. Our nation's airwaves are one of our country's most important natural resources. Indeed, radio waves are a critical component in building next-generation wireless networks and delivering high-speed services to American consumers. As such, radio waves and the networks they support can make a meaningful difference in Americans' lives by expanding the reach of telehealth services, extending learning beyond the classroom, and providing critical communications for public safety activities. But to achieve these notable goals, we must continue to expand the ability of commercial users to access our airwaves. So H.R. 1108 provides a short-term extension of the FCC's auction authority for roughly 2 months from its expiration date this coming March. It's essential that we extend this authority. Congress has never allowed this spectrum authority to lapse, and to maintain our nation's global leadership in wireless innovation, we must ensure that consistent management and oversight of spectrum remains intact, which includes spectrum auctions. For years, these auctions have efficiently made our airwaves available for commercial use. Importantly, though, even with the passage of this legislation, our work will not be done. We must spend these next 2 months working with our Senate colleagues to pass a bipartisan spectrum agreement that can get to the President's desk before the FCC's auction authority expires again. The Energy and Commerce Committee has traditionally worked in a bipartisan fashion on key telecommunication matters, and I commend Chairwoman Rogers for continuing this tradition with this legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to support this timely bill in a bipartisan manner and hope the Senate will soon follow, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentle lady from Washington State, the chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1108, legislation I introduced with Ranking Member Frank Pallone to extend the Federal Communications Commission's general auction authority. For the last year, I've worked with the energy and commerce leaders in Senate to develop sound spectrum policy that promotes economic growth and promotes our national security. In order for the U.S. to maintain its global competitive edge, we must get a spectrum policy right and not cede our leadership to adversaries like China. Without congressional action, the FCC's authority to issue spectrum licenses expires on March 9th. This bill will also ensure the FCC has the authority it needs to continue issuing licenses for a spectrum band that will be used to provide better coverage and wireless speeds across the United States. This short-term extension will also give us enough time to work out a broader deal on spectrum policy to ensure the United States continues to lead the world in 5G and technological innovation and beats China. I look forward to continuing to work with my colleagues in the House and Senate on a long-term spectrum auction extension, and I urge my colleagues to support this measure. I yield back.
And reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers. I don't know if my colleague does. So I'll reserve.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lotta. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1108, a bill to extend the FCC's spectrum auction authority through May 19, 2023. From internet connectivity to telephone services, spectrum auctions are essential to the inner workings of the technologies that we use daily in our lives. The FCC's authority to use competitive bidding augments American competitiveness by enabling our commercial providers the spectrum they need to continue operating and innovating. In less than 2 weeks, the FCC Spectrum Auction Authority is set to expire. It is the duty of Congress to extend this authority, which has never been allowed to expire to date. The expiration of the FCC auction authority would put U.S. wireless providers at a global competitive disadvantage, leaving users across the United States in dire straits. This bipartisan legislation provides a solution that works for everyone, and I encourage my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 1108. And I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Again, I have no additional speakers. Are you
ready to close?
Oh, yes. Mr. Speaker, I think this is an important piece of legislation to extend this spectrum auction authority, and I would urge all my colleagues to support it in a bipartisan manner, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also urge support of H.R. 1108. The report that just came out from the Congressional Budget Office this past week for the budget outlook for 2023 to 2033 is important to note that on page 13 it cites that the FCC conducted several auctions in 2021 and 2022, which boosted net receipts in 2022 to $104 billion. So it's absolutely essential that this piece of legislation is passed, and I urge all my colleagues to support 1108.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 1108? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Bill of Rock. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 538.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 538, a bill to require the disclosure of a camera or recording capability in certain Internet-connected devices.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 538, the Informing Consumer About Smart Devices Act. This is a relatively straightforward bill. It requires the manufacturers of covered devices to clearly disclose if a device contains a camera or microphone. Internet-connected devices are becoming increasingly present in our lives, and it's important for people to understand what they're buying. This legislation would allow the FTC to go after bad actors and provide compliance guidance to manufacturers of covered devices. Not being recorded or monitored without permission is a basic tenet of privacy that we'll all have to come to expect. Again, we have to get notarization. Okay, given Senate Commerce leadership has followed suit with a compromise bill, I'm hopeful this whets the appetite for bipartisan, bicameral action on comprehensive privacy protections for all Americans. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida reserved. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of H.R. 538, the Informing Consumers About Smart Devices Act. The Internet of Things revolution has ushered in a new age of convenience and efficiency for the American public. Smart thermostats can save consumers money by tracking and reporting home energy use and making recommendations about adjusting temperatures to meet consumers' needs. Smart refrigerators can provide recipe suggestions based on the contents of the refrigerator. Smart ovens can scan food to automatically optimize the cooking process. And smart coffee makers can brew a fresh pot of coffee just as you're getting out of bed. So the American consumer is embracing these technologies. Today, the average American home has 11 Internet of Things or IoT devices. Over a quarter of consumers have at least one home automation device, and these are technologies that allow consumers to interconnect and control their various IoT devices from one platform. So Congress should also embrace these technologies, but we must ensure that the IoT revolution does not come at the expense of consumers' privacy. Troubling reports have uncovered that some IoT devices may record images or audio without the user's awareness. Researchers have revealed that some IoT devices may accidentally record users as many as 19 times a day, collecting as much as 43 seconds of audio each time. And robot vacuums have taken intimate images of unsuspecting consumers, which eventually ended up online. So, Mr. Speaker, we must take action to combat these threats to people's right to privacy. That's why I'm proud to support the Informing Consumers About Smart Devices Act. This legislation will require manufacturers of IoT devices to alert consumers that a device includes a camera or microphone if a consumer would not reasonably expect a device to contain such features. Last Congress, this bill was unanimously reported out of the Energy and Commerce Committee and passed the House with broad bipartisan support. I want to thank Representative Seth Moulton for his leadership on this issue and encourage my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill. While this bill addresses significant privacy concerns, it's also important that I note that we have to recommit to adopting a comprehensive privacy framework that protects all Americans and provides heightened protections for our children nationwide. The American Data Privacy and Protection Act, which I authored last Congress with Chairwoman Rogers, would just do that. It would ensure that consumers, wherever they reside in this country, will have meaningful control over their personal information and that children will have heightened privacy protections. It also provides clear and consistent rules of the road on privacy and data security to innovators, entrepreneurs, and small tech companies. So I appreciate that we're advancing today's legislation on a bipartisan basis. I know this legislation is important, but I also look forward to working with Chairwoman Rogers to pass the American Data Privacy Protection Act on a bipartisan basis in this Congress as well. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, a great member of the Energy and Commerce Committee and the sponsor of the bill, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address my bill before us on the floor, the Informing Consumers About Smart Devices Act. This common sense and bipartisan bill would require the creation of reasonable disclosure guidelines for products that have audio or visual recording components that are not clearly obvious to a reasonable person, such as household appliances. This emerging smart technology will provide unknown benefits and conveniences to modern life, but along with this new technology, we need to update transparency for consumers. My bill balances protecting American consumers with continuing to foster innovation. By working with a broad range of stakeholders, my legislation will ensure consumers are aware of the capabilities of items they are putting in their homes without hamstringing the technology pioneers in places like my district of Silicon Slopes who are developing smart technologies. I'd like to thank my colleagues, Representative Moulton, Senator Cantwell, and Senator Cruz for their bipartisan and bicameral support of this bill. I urge my colleagues to vote yes for this bill and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to yield such time as he may consume to the Democratic sponsor of this legislation, the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from New Jersey. Our lives are dominated by smart devices, not just smart cars, smartphones, and smart watches, but dryers, refrigerators, even toasters. These technologies make our lives easier. But most Americans don't know that their refrigerator has the ability to listen or to watch. Despite the fact that well over 60 million homes are actively using smart home devices, our laws regulating this technology have lagged. Big tech has been able to move the privacy goalposts with impunity. So it's past time for a new generation of digital privacy laws. That's why I put forward the Informing Consumers About Smart Devices Act, along with my colleagues Mr. Curtis of Utah and Mr. Bilirakis of Florida. This bill would require the Federal Trade Commission to establish guidelines for properly disclosing the audio or visual recording capabilities of smart devices. There is widespread support for this legislation from consumer advocacy groups to the tech companies themselves. Americans deserve the chance to make informed decisions about the electronic eavesdroppers we allow into our homes. Let's pass this bill so that our consumers know when big tech is listening. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have no other speakers, so I'll reserve and give the
gentleman
the
reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers, so I'll just close, Mr. Speaker, by saying I do think this is an important bill for consumers, and I want to thank the sponsors, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, again, this is a common sense bill, a necessary bill. It impacts our constituents. They need full disclosure. That's not too much to ask for. So thank you very much. And again, I urge my colleagues to unanimously support this for the second year in a row. And let's get it across the finish line, get it to the President's desk as soon as possible. And I thank the sponsors of the bill. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 538? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, gentlemen, for what purpose?
Yeah. I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1059.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1059, a bill to authorize notaries public to perform and to establish minimum standards for electronic notarizations and remote notarizations that occur in or affect interstate commerce, to require any federal court to recognize notarizations performed by a notarial officer of any state, to require any state to recognize notarizations performed by a notarial officer of any other state, when the notarization was performed under or relates to a public act, record, or judicial proceeding of the notarial officer state, or when the notarization occurs in or affects interstate commerce and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1059, the Secure Notarization Act, would provide a national standard for notarizing documents when the signing parties are not physically present. The process of remote notarization improves the security of notarizations through the use of multi-factor verification of identification, audio-video recording of the event, and tamper detection technology. It's actually safer. I did a lot of this work prior to in my other life when I was in the private sector. By recording the notarization as it happens, remote notarizations can provide law enforcement with evidence if a fraud is determined to have occurred. This is much more secure, as I said before, than a traditional paper-only notarization, where once the transaction has occurred, there is very little evidence left behind. Preventing fraud and abuse is critical to a well-functioning legal system, and it's more practical, let's face it. This legislation passed the House last Congress, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation once again, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1059, the Secure Notarization Act. Today, thanks to modern technology, we can oftentimes cash a check, book a flight, and lock and unlock our doors, all from the convenience of our smartphone. But that same convenience does not exist for getting something notarized in many states. People are often required to go through the notary process, the process of authenticating the signatory to a document for wills, mortgages, and purchasing or transferring valuable assets. And today, many states will require a person to physically appear before a notary public in order to complete this process. Now, during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, in-person notarizations were not only inconvenient, but they also posed a health risk. In-person notarization requirements forced far too many consumers to choose between potentially exposing themselves to COVID-19 and purchasing a house or updating their wills. So to protect consumers and commerce, dozens of states enacted laws or took emergency actions to permit electronic and remote online notarizations. These notarizations allow the consumer and the notary to execute notarizations through secure audio-visual communications. As our lives have returned to a new normal, it has become apparent that electronic and remote online notarizations are a valuable tool for facilitating commerce and making these services more accessible. Such tools are particularly important for vulnerable populations like the elderly, underserved communities, and others with mobility issues or lacking access to reliable and inexpensive transportation. But state action alone cannot assure universal access to electronic and remote online notarizations that meet robust security standards and consumer protections. Our nation lacks a universal standard for electronic and remote online notarizations. As a result, there is no standard that permits nationwide use of electronic and remote online notarizations. There's no standard that creates robust security requirements, and there is no standard that ensures electronic and remote online notarizations are valid nationwide. So that's why I'm proud to support the Secure Notarization Act. This legislation will transition notarization to the 21st century without sacrificing security, making the process more convenient and safer for the American public. Now, last Congress, this bill was unanimously reported out of the Energy and Commerce Committee and passed the House with broad bipartisan support. I commend Representative Dean for her leadership on this bipartisan legislation and strongly urge my colleagues to support the bill. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the Vice Chairman of the full Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 3962, the Secure Notarization Act, is a bipartisan bill that would authorize the nationwide use of remote online notarizations performed in interstate commerce. This is simply an electronic notarization where the party and the notary are in different locations. Society has widely adopted remote meetings, events, and even social activities. Requirements for a signer to be physically present before a notary are often impractical and sometimes impossible, such as with military deployment or travel limitations. Remote online notarization increases the use of notarization and allows individuals to conduct crucial business, particularly if both parties are unable to be physically present with a notary. This bill would provide businesses and individuals with the ability to execute documents using two-way audio-visual communication while protecting consumers with a multi-factor authentication and use of tamper-evident technology. The bill will not replace the state laws governing the authorization and regulation of notaries public, nor would the bill alter state control over the practice of law or commonly notarized legal paperwork like estate documents. This bill is limited only to remote online notaries performed in interstate commerce. It does not alter the regulation of notaries, nor does it require the use of remote online notaries. It would simply provide for the recognition of remote notarization performed in interstate commerce. It would also ensure that the federal and state courts recognize such remote notarizations. This is similar to the full faith and credit clause implementing statutes that ensure the recognition of official activities or judicial proceedings in another state. In the 117th Congress, this bill passed the House by voice vote after earning 123 co-sponsors and passing the Energy and Commerce Committee with a 56-0 vote. It also has the support of 20 organizations like the American Land Title Association, the National Association of Federally Insured Credit Unions, and Morgan Action Alliance. All of these groups supporting the bill utilize notary publics on a daily basis. I would like to say a special thank you to my friend Representative Madeline Dean for working on this important legislation over the last two Congresses. And I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield such time as she may consume to the Democratic sponsor of this bill, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1059, the Secure Notarization Act, which I have had the pleasure to work on with Representative Mr. Armstrong from North Dakota. The Secure Notarization Act would authorize nationwide use of remote online notarization and would include key consumer protections such as multi-factor authentication and the use of tamper-evident technology. The bill would also ensure interstate recognition of remote online notarization. Importantly, the Secure Notarization Act sets a floor for the use of remote online notarization, and states will be able to regulate further protections as they decide. The pandemic taught us both the necessity and the benefits of new technologies used to streamline services for consumers across industries. Remote online notarization has been and should continue to be a time-saving, convenient, and safe way for consumers to execute important documents. Notarizations are used extensively, as we all know, in real estate transactions and other key areas, including affidavits, powers of attorney, and living trusts. Remote online notarizations allow the consumer, the notary, and other parties to a transaction to be in different locations using two-way audiovisual communication to securely notarize documents. This process provides consumers and businesses with much-needed flexibility. This is the key. Remote online notarization allows for flexibility for people who are chronically ill or immobile, for parents who can't get away from work or are taking care of children, for service members abroad seeking to buy a home or correct their wills. I know well the impact this bill could have for notary publics across the country. When I served as a state representative, most members of our team were notaries, and our office served as a notary hub for the local community. And we learned firsthand how many people struggled to find time for appointments, often because of childcare, transportation, or because of poor health. Remote online notarization would have allowed us to streamline our performance and better provide service to our community. Last Congress, as has been stated, this bill was co-sponsored by more than 120 members and passed the House by a vote of 336 to 90. It is supported by a coalition of 20 industry partners. Simply, it is a common-sense piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I thank Chair McMorris Rogers and Ranking Member Pallone for their support for this bill and for bringing it to the floor. Finally, I would like to thank the lead on this legislation, Congressman Kelly Armstrong, for all your hard work and your good humor as we work to get this bill across the finish line, and the work of your staffs in helping make this a strong piece of bipartisan legislation. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida is
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker, I have no other speakers, and I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would urge support for this bill. Once again, it did pass the last time in the Congress. We hope we can get it to the Senate. It is important to have a nationwide standard for notarization. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, again, this is common sense legislation, efficiency, and I'm telling you, I have some experience in this area. Mr. Armstrong does too, Mrs. Dean as well. It is safe for the public, and we need a national standard. So with that, I urge my colleagues to support this particular bill, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1059? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without exception, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today. The House will come to order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules with respect to the following measures: House Resolution 132 and House Resolution 538, and agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the Journal, if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Continue. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 132. The clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 132, resolution responding to the earthquakes in Turkey and Syria on February the 6th, 2023.
And then this. Okay. On which the yeas and nays are ordered, the clerk will report the title.
Resolution 132, resolution responding to the earthquakes in Turkey and Syria on February the 6th, 2023.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 414, the nays are 2. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Thank you. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Belarakis, to suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 538. H.R. 538, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 538, a bill to require the disclosure of a camera or recording capability in certain internet-connected devices.
Okay. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 406, the nays are 12. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal, which the Chair will put de novo. The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it, and the journal stands approved.
In the House, members will take their conversations off the floor, please. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to be recognized for 1 minute.
The House will be in order. Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to pay tribute to Michigan State University, as tonight marks 2 weeks since a horrific shooting took the lives of 3 innocent students and injured 5 others. On February 13th, 2023, Ariel Anderson, Brian Fraser, and Alexandria Verner were taken from us far too soon. 4 students are still in Sparrow Hospital. 1, thankfully, has been released and is at home. In the days since, we've all spent many hours in East Lansing and talking to MSU current Spartans and alumni. The strength and resilience I've witnessed has been both inspiring and moving. I've attended vigils where thousands have shown up to honor the victims and talk to students who are too scared to leave their dorm rooms. We've seen demonstrations where brave young students have made clear that they want action, not just thoughts and prayers. I've also met with many of the 25 different law enforcement and first responder organizations that ran towards the danger that night, and commend the 911 dispatchers that guided agencies calmly during the response for both the shootings and the manhunt, as well as thank staff at Sparrow Hospital for saving students who were transported with gunshot wounds. Our community is Spartan strong, but grief remains palpable. Even on my own team, my staff is here, MSU current and alumni. Almost 15 months ago, this same group of Michigan lawmakers, with our friends and allies, stood up here to mourn the loss of life at Oxford High School. It seems beyond belief that I am a member of Congress who has now overseen 2 school shootings in her district in 15 months. Yet another horrific tragedy that has forever changed the families of the victims, their classmates, professors, the entire community. We cannot be desensitized to this senseless violence. As the representative of the university, I have heard from people across the state who love MSU and want to protect our children. All anyone wants is protect our kids in the place that should be their sanctuary. Gun violence is the #1 killer of children under 21, and I will work with anyone who is willing to recognize that and decide that we are not going to accept it. In closing, I ask my colleagues for a moment of silence for Ariel, for Brian, for Alexandria, and for their families and our state who grieve this immeasurable loss. Thanks for being here again. And thanks for your time.
Well done.
That's hard for you. Thank you. Thank you.
The chair lays before the House the sundry communications.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, I hereby resign from the House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology. Signed sincerely, Mikey Sherrill, Member of Congress. The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, this letter serves as my intent to resign from the House Committee on Natural Resources effective today. Signed sincerely, Jim Costa, Member of Congress. The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, following my appointment to the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence for the 118th Congress, I hereby resign from the House Committee on Agriculture for the 118th Congress, effective today. Signed sincerely, Stacy Plaskett. The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, following my appointment to the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, I hereby resign from the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee, effective today. It is my intent to return to this committee at the next opportunity. Signed sincerely, Ari Berra, Member of Congress. The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, this letter serves as my intent to resign from the House Armed Services Committee. Signed sincerely, Jason Crow, Member of Congress.
Without objection, the resignations are accepted. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 164, resolve that the following named members be and are hereby elected to the following.
Is read.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to consider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request to be removed as a co-sponsor of H.R. 1139.
The request is granted.
Thank you.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute without extended remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At 5:19 this afternoon, I became a grandfather. My middle son, J.P. Duncan, had our first grandchild, John Wayland J.W. Duncan, 8 pounds, 4 ounces, and you can tell this congressman's excited. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to praise a great speller in my district, Kavia Jacasina, the 7th grade student at Frank R. Conwell Middle School 4 in Jersey City, won the 2023 Hudson County Spelling Bee recently. She bested a field of 62 of my district's top spellers to take the crown. It was a tough battle to the end. But after 12 rounds, Kavia spelled the word internecine correctly to win out the spelling bee. For my colleagues and my edification who are curious about internecine means deadly or marked by great slaughter. With her victory, Kavia advances to the Scripps National Spelling Bee on May 30th through June 1st. I know she'll do a great job. She has already made me, her school, her family very proud of her success. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
All right, without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor Senior Master Sergeant Mark Lett, an American hero who retired after 26 faithful years of service from the United States Air Force in 2011. Senior Master Sergeant Lett was born in Knoxville, Tennessee, and attended Carter High School. He joined the Air Force in 1985. Sergeant Lett served as an in-flight refueling specialist on a KC-135 aircraft, in addition to serving as a flight instructor and a flight engineer, Mr. Speaker. During his long career, he is stationed in 5 states across the United States. While serving as a flight engineer, he deployed to Uzbekistan and Afghanistan in support of Operation Enduring Freedom. He received numerous awards during his Air Force career, including the Meritorious Service Medal with 2 Oak Leaf clusters, Afghanistan Campaign Medal, and many, many more. After retiring from the Air Force in 2011, he returned to Knoxville. In July of 2014, I was pleased to note that he joined the Knox County Veterans Service as a Deputy Veterans Service Officer. It's my honor to recognize American hero Senior Master Sergeant Lett as Tennessee's 2nd District Veteran of the Year. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to provide and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Democrats are putting people over politics by lowering kitchen table costs, creating better paying jobs, cutting costs for health care coverage, and capping out-of-pocket drug costs for seniors. However, extreme MAGA Republicans have an economic plan that would do just the opposite. Mr. Speaker, House Republicans are set to advance a new 30% national sales tax. This will increase the average family's cost for groceries and essentials by hundreds of dollars each and every month. And some MAGA Republicans say they want to cut Social Security and Medicare, and working families will lose their hard-earned benefits. They are putting special interest of the few over their working-class majority. House Democrats will continue to fight for working families. We will always put people over politics, seniors over party, and we will always, always put people first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to call on Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg to resign immediately. The Secretary's priorities don't line up with what the American people expect from him. Buttigieg has failed to execute DOT's mission, which is to improve the quality and safety of our nation's transportation system. Instead, he's laser focused on wokeness at the agency and our culture. Think about it. He took 10 days to even acknowledge the devastating train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. But during those 10 days, as Ohioans fled from their homes and feared for their health, he did find time to say that there are too many white people in the construction industry. I don't know about you, but when I see the men and women who build the structures that house us and the roads that connect us, I'm not thinking about their race. I just appreciate that they're doing their hard work, and that's necessary for our society to thrive. It's time for Pete to go back to Indiana so someone serious about building infrastructure and transportation systems that are safe and effective can start getting the job done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the free and independent nation of Ukraine. It's been over a year since Vladimir Putin ordered his tanks and troops into Ukraine. In the past year, the United States has led an extraordinary coalition of global partners to stand against Russia's unprovoked and brutal invasion of Ukraine. I traveled to Ukraine with then Vice President Al Gore in the 90s as a staffer, and it fills my heart with pride to know that Kiev still stands strong. Ukraine is still free, democracy still prevails. Our support for Ukraine will not waver. Now, I wish we didn't have to spend any money in Ukraine, but if Putin wins, we'll spend 1,000 times more trying to contain an emboldened and aggressive Russia. We must continue to stand with Ukraine in their fight for freedom and democracy. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Armstrong Indiana Clarion Drug and Alcohol Commission on winning the 2022 John W. Britt Community Service Award. The John W. Britt Community Service Award is given to a non-law enforcement agency or entity that makes a significant contribution to the efforts of liquor and/or tobacco enforcement and demonstrates program effectiveness through underlying efforts and practices. Mr. Speaker, the Armstrong Indiana Clarion Drug and Alcohol Commission provides alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs and problem gambling prevention services within the three-county region to schools, universities, businesses, organizations, and other entities. In 2021 to 22, AIC-DAC partnered with the PA Bureau of Liquor Control Enforcement on several underage drinking prevention activities, a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder campaign, awareness presentations around prom session, and small games of chance training. The AIC-DAC is a model example of programming and partnerships that have made and continue to make contributions to enhance the efforts of liquor enforcement and raise awareness in the prevention of underage drinking through environmental strategies. Congratulations to the AIC-DAC on this recognition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 132 to respond to the devastating earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. 3 weeks ago, the world watched in horror as one of the deadliest earthquakes of the century hit southern Turkey and northern Syria, causing destruction of epic proportions. The damage affected 20 million people in Turkey and 8 million in Syria. Amidst the tragedy, I want to recognize the heroism and courage of the nearly 240,000 rescue and aid workers who have responded to this disaster. I am deeply proud that an urban search and rescue team from my district in Los Angeles was deployed to Turkey to assist in USAID's relief efforts just 18 hours after the earthquake first hit. 80 personnel from the LA County Fire Department and 8 members of the LA Sheriff's Department led the search for survivors and assessed over 6,000 buildings to determine their safety for residents. As is always the case when disaster strikes, those who suffer most are the vulnerable and marginalized among us. Civilians in rebel-led Syria who have endured the horror of Russian airstrikes and Assad's weaponization of aid, Syrian refugees
The gentlelady's time has expired.
in Turkey. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seeking unanimous consent to address House 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many Americans have raised concerns over the safety and effectiveness of the COVID-19 vaccines. We were told these shots were safe and effective. Now we have information that raises serious doubts. One pharmaceutical company asked that its research and safety data be hidden from the public for 75 years. What's to hide if these shots are safe and effective? The Twitter files have shown that pharma companies and government agencies encouraged that social media giant to censor that information that raised doubts over the shots. The vaccine information report that lists the potential side effects of the shot has been censored and left blank. This is what comes with the vials. Censored, intentionally left blank. Amazing. One company's representative even admitted they had no idea if their injections even worked before introducing them to the market. Several of these shots have already been pulled from the market, and others have had warning labels attached for young children and pregnant women who were pushed into taking these injections. Americans deserve the truth. And given the number of deaths from COVID-19 among vaccinated people, it's very questionable and worth asking these questions. Are they effective? The next question is, are they even safe? I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, address the body for 1 minute without objections.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the 100th birthday of my constituent, World War II veteran Joe Juarez, a member of the Greatest Generation. Joe was born in Fullerton, California. While growing up, his favorite sport was baseball. In 1942, Joe and his high school baseball team were on their way to the CIF championship game, but they never made it because Joe and his teammates were drafted and served in World War II. As a private first class, Joe fought in the Pacific and was awarded the Asia Pacific Campaign Medal and the World War II Victory Medal. Joe spent 2.5 years in the Pacific before returning home. Several of his teammates, including one of his brothers, never made it back. Joe and his wife, Novelle, were married for 68 years and raised 3 children. Throughout his life, Joe has never forgotten his band of brothers who made the ultimate sacrifice for this great country. Happy birthday, Joe. Happy birthday. You're a true American hero. Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the strength of the Ukrainian people after enduring 1 year of merciless attacks by Russian forces. The following is from a record entry on Friday that marked the 1-year anniversary. When Putin ordered his tanks and forces into regions like Mariupol and Kharkiv, he thought Ukraine would fall in a matter of days. Instead of an easy victory, Putin's war of aggression has been a dismal failure. The people of Ukraine refuse to be forced into an authoritarian state where any opposition is met with jail, torture, or murder. They are prepared to pay the ultimate price for their freedom. NATO is now more unified than ever in providing military, economic, and humanitarian assistance to support Ukraine's right to sovereignty. Since the invasion, the United States has provided unprecedented support and coordination, which has helped the Ukrainian military make exponential gains. Picatinny Arsenal in my congressional district has been integral to Ukraine's military success. They've developed the primary cannon being used by the Ukrainian army and continue to be responsible for every piece of ammunition being sent by the United States to Ukraine. I remain committed to protecting the fundamental values of peace, prosperity, and stability across the globe and in Ukraine. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to request unanimous consent to speak on the House floor for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I stand before this body to remind Congress of the following names: Ariel Diamond Anderson, Brian Fraser, Alexandria Werner. The lives of these 3 students were brutally taken from us this month on the campus of Michigan State University. Ariel Anderson, Brian Fraser were students at schools in my district. Although this tragedy has personal significance for me today, it is a sad truth that until our country recognizes the sickness of gun violence, we will continue to have tragedies like this. These incidences are all too common in this country. We as Congress must ensure and demand that these atrocities never happen again. It is past due that we pass sensible gun laws that expand safe storage regulations and reform red flag laws and improve access to mental health care. We can't keep living like this. We must act now. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate Elizabeth City State University's women's basketball team and North Carolina Wesleyan University's men's basketball team for their remarkable championship wins this past weekend. For Elizabeth City State University, this impressive achievement is the first CIAA championship win in the institution's 132-year history. The Lady Vikings showed everyone in the arena that teamwork brings home triumph. In their championship game, North Carolina Wesleyan University defeated second seed William Peace to claim the program's 5th USA South title. On behalf of North Carolina's 1st Congressional District, I applaud Elizabeth City State University coach Tanisha Lewis and North Carolina Wesleyan University coach John Thompson for building their respective programs. And I thank the student athletes for their determination and for showing the entire country the best of Eastern North Carolina. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great respect that I rise today to celebrate Black History Month and recognize the Honorable Kelvin D. Hawkins, who is a Lake County Superior Court judge in Northwest Indiana and a champion for equality and civil rights. While still in his teens, Judge Hawkins participated in the historic March on Washington in 1963 and then embarked on his distinguished legal career where he has faithfully served with purpose, integrity, and respect. Outside of the courts, he also has proven himself to be a tireless advocate for the youth of Northwest Indiana, launching a Stay in School initiative, and has also served as president of the Board of Directors for the Indiana Legal Services. I ask my colleagues to join me today in celebrating Black History Month and recognizing the dedication of Judge Hawkins and all individuals who have fought and continue to fight for civil rights and justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back my time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentlelady from Michigan, Mrs. Slotkin, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every February, Black History Month affords us the opportunity to learn about, celebrate, and honor Black leaders and to shine a light on the often neglected contributions of African Americans in every area of our history. Today, I rise to pay tribute to 10 remarkable individuals from Michigan's 7th Congressional District, some of them famous names, others were buried histories that deserve to be shared. Their stories span the geographical breadth of the district as well as the depth of our nation's history, from the Civil War heroes and escaped slaves to modern singers and scholars. All of them should be celebrated and all of them called Michigan home. Before I share their stories, though, I must also share the story of our great state. While many know Michigan as Motor City or Motor City or Motown, what you might not know is the critical role our state played in the Underground Railroad. There are endless accounts of our state's importance to the secret network that aided thousands of people on their journey to freedom. Conductors hid freedom seekers in their homes and barns during the day. At night, freedom seekers would go to a depot in the next town. For many, Detroit, codenamed Midnight, was the last stop before making their way to a free life in Canada. But a number stayed in Michigan and started their new lives. I'm so proud of the role our state played in securing freedom, and it's my honor to highlight these stories of Black Michiganders who have been shaping our state since day one. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor Abraham Losford, the first Black resident of Howell, Michigan, a brave man who escaped slavery and used the trade he learned while captive to build a life of freedom for his family and for generations to come. It was 1849 when Abraham Losford fled north with nothing but his clippers from Kentucky, where he had been enslaved and served as a plantation barber. He was captured, escaped again, and after emancipation returned to free his children, Benjamin and Sally. The plan was to travel to Lansing, Michigan via the Old Plank Road and open a barber shop. But when Losford stopped in Howell to change stagecoaches, he was convinced to stay in the small town. The people of Howell promised to keep him safe if he would stay and open a barber shop, which they sorely needed. It was a deal both sides would forever uphold. Losford and his barber business thrived in Howell, and he became a successful, respected businessman in the predominantly white community, no small feat for a former slave in the years following the end of the Civil War. Newspaper ads from the time boast his salon offering shaving, shampooing, and hairdressing for both men and women, and it was noted in the local press that when Losford fell ill, a band of 60 kids and adults joined together to bring him gifts and money in a show of support and affection for their beloved town barber. Abraham passed the trade to his son, who went on to open a barbershop of his own in the town of Edmore, Michigan. Today, Ben's story and that of his father are immortalized in the children's book, Benjamin Losford and His Handy-Dandy Clippers. It is the story of how skill equals freedom and a potent reminder that we must all make the most of the tools we've been fortunate enough to receive. Abraham Losford died in 1897 and is buried at Lakeview Cemetery in downtown Howell, Michigan. His obituary states that, quote, his presence as well as his open, manly character was a living reminder of the sin of slavery. Many winters will come and go before the name Old Uncle Abe is forgotten in this community. Mr. Speaker, I ask that his name and his accomplishments live forever in our hearts and minds, as well as here in the permanent record of the People's House. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to pay tribute to a man who should have been hailed as a hero, but for too long, his story was lost in history. Alexander Johnson was a Black Civil War veteran who lived and worked in Owasso, Michigan in the late 1800s, and when a group of white residents chased most Black folks out of town, Johnson and 2 others refused to go. Born in Tennessee in 1833, Johnson fled slavery and made his way to Michigan before enlisting in a Union regiment of African Americans in Kalamazoo, Michigan to fight in the Civil War, then moving to Canada at the war's end, and later returning to Michigan to settle in Owasso with his wife. No one knows for sure why he chose Owasso. Some historians believe Johnson's wife may have had family nearby. Others surmise he may have had connections to a home in Owasso rumored to be part of the Underground Railroad. And still others say that at the time, the growing community was a place where people of all races moved to explore economic opportunity. Whatever the reason, Owasso is where Alexander Johnson chose to put down his roots, opening up a downtown barbershop, and was, by all accounts, a well-liked businessman and respected member of the community. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long as racial tensions grew and the Ku Klux Klan became active in the county. The tensions culminated in 1871 when 40 white vigilantes gathered together and attempted to drive the black residents out of town. There is little we know about this dark moment in Owasso's history, but we do know that Alexander Johnson was a light that would not be extinguished. Johnson stayed on in Owasso along with 2 other black men until he died. In 1907, Johnson received a military burial at Oak Hill Cemetery in Owasso, and his story was buried with him for more than 100 years. There are those who seek to ignore or even wipe away those painful pieces of our history, and there are those who understand that we cannot ever be great without acknowledging our failures, learning from them, and moving forward with a commitment to grow. The Owasso Rotary Club falls into that latter category, as they were the ones to not just uncover Johnson's story, but to acknowledge it and honor it as a piece of Owasso's history. Alexander Johnson was formally recognized by the Owasso Rotary on Veterans Day 2021 with a solemn ceremony at his gravesite. It is only fitting that I, too, join in paying tribute to this brave man whose convictions led him first out of slavery and then to fight for a country he believed in, to establish the life he wanted and stay in the community that he loved. May his memory be a blessing and an inspiration to all of us, and may his story forever rest here in the permanent record of the People's House. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor one of the first African-American college athletes and scholars who paved the way for students of color across the state of Michigan and this nation. Hiram Archer was the first student of color to be officially documented as a graduate of Olivet College, located in Eaton County in Michigan's 7th District, a historic place in and of itself. He attended Olivet from 1888 to 1904 and played on the school's varsity baseball team, making him one of the first 10 black athletes in the nation to play intercollegiate sports. While a student at Olivet, Archer was active in music and other creative endeavors. A gifted public speaker, Archer won several oratory and debate contests and spoke at prominent events, including the inauguration of college president William G. Sperry in 1893. The school considers him to be a model representative of both the history and the future goals of students of color at Olivet. Archer remained at Olivet to complete his master's degree in science and went on to earn a doctorate. He went on to serve in leadership positions at several academic institutions, at the college in Normal, Alabama, which is today known as Alabama A&M University. He finished his career with the Smithsonian Institution here in D.C. as a nationally recognized scientist. Archer passed away in 1945, having made Olivet and the state of Michigan proud. His alma mater says Archer's life's work is a testament to Olivet College's academic vision, education for individual and social responsibility. According to Olivet's current president, Dr. Stephen Corey, Archer's successes were extraordinary for anyone but an African American in the late 1800s. This was truly groundbreaking and added much to the rich black history that has shaped this college and our country. Today, his legacy lives on at Olivet with the Hiram Archer Student Success Academy, a mentorship and support group for students of color on campus. And it shall live on here in the People's House, where I ask that he be forever remembered for his pioneering contributions to the great state of Michigan. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor a legend of Lansing, Michigan, whose tireless advocacy on behalf of effective education for students of color changed the trajectory of hundreds of young lives in mid-Michigan. Dr. Ava Evans was born in Memphis, Tennessee, and grew up in Detroit, where she attended Northern High School in the early 1950s. Former teachers and former students remember her as one of the most willing, giving, and compassionate people they've ever met, traits that would ultimately define her life of service. She went on to earn a Bachelor of Science from Wayne State and both a master's and doctorate from Michigan State University. Dr. Evans served in a number of administrative positions in the Lansing School District, from Director of Elementary Education to Deputy Superintendent, the first female ever to hold that position. As a leader in the school system, she developed and implemented innovative programs such as Schools of Choice and a district-wide talent fair for students and staff. She connected the school district with Lansing Community College and Michigan State for the 2+2+2 program, which channels minority students right into Michigan State's College of Engineering. While she had a particular passion for math and science, she also created Be a Star performing arts programs. These programs and partnerships have endured over the years, benefiting countless individuals and shaping practice and policy in education, healthcare, social services, and beyond. Outside the school buildings, Dr. Evans tirelessly devoted herself to dozens of causes, giving of herself in leadership roles. She was the 24th International President of Alpha Kappa Alpha, AKA, and chair of LCC, the Lansing Community College Foundation, president of the Lansing Women's Club, and Grand Marshal of the African American Parade and Family Picnic in Lansing. Evans was also appointed by the governor to serve on the Michigan Council for the Humanities and was chairman or chairwoman of the Michigan Department of Civil Rights. She championed causes with the American Red Cross and created programs to raise awareness about HIV and AIDS. I like to think of her as a great connector, connecting underprivileged students to education beyond high school, connecting communities in need of programs that had the capacity to help, and simply connecting people to each other. Dr. Evans passed away in 2020, receiving numerous honors in her adopted hometown of Lansing, including the YMCA's Diane Award for Excellence in Education, the NAACP's Educator of the Year, the Lansing Chamber of Commerce's Athena Award, the Crystal Apple Award for Education from Michigan State, and the Applause Award from the Lansing Center of the Arts. But I believe the greatest honor and the most profound title she ever received was to be called a teacher. I ask that the permanent record of this chamber reflect her enduring lessons and legacy, and that her service be forever remembered here in the United States House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in honor of a man who has spent his entire life and career breaking racial barriers and paving the way for future generations of Black scholars and leaders. The name Clifton Wharton, Jr. is known by many in the Michigan State University community thanks to the prominent campus landmark, the Wharton Center for the Performing Arts. But in addition to his name, I want them to know his story as it features a persistent rise against the odds, a tale worthy of being staged inside the building that is now bearing his name. By the time Clifton Wharton Jr. became the president of Michigan State University, the first African American to head a major, predominantly white university in the United States, he was no stranger to being first. Wharton, who grew up in Boston, entered Harvard University at age 16. There he became the first Black announcer at the campus radio station and the first Black secretary of the National Student Association, a lobbying group that he founded. Later, he was the first African American admitted to Johns Hopkins University of Advanced International Studies and the first African American to earn a PhD in economics from the University of Chicago. He worked for about a decade with the Agriculture Development Council, a non-governmental agency, before he returned to the academic world. When the MSU trustees appointed him the university's 14th president in 1969, it was a time of tremendous change and cultural upheaval in the country, with college campuses taking center stage in the civil rights movement and protests over the Vietnam War. Against that tumultuous backdrop, Wharton set another first. Unlike any other major university president of the time, he supported students who demanded that their concerns be heard, even offering to personally take student petitions against the war to Michigan's congressional delegation in Washington, D.C. Wharton's 8-year tenure at MSU's helm was marked by successful efforts to maintain the quality of the university's academic programs in the face of major budget cuts, his commitment to serving underprivileged students, and the integration of the College of Osteopathic Medicine with the other medical schools. In 1978, Wharton achieved another first when he stepped down from MSU to become the chancellor of the State University of New York system, making him the first African-American leader there of the nation's largest university system. But he wasn't done breaking barriers. In 1987, he was named the president and CEO of the Teachers Insurance and Annuity Association College Retirement Equities Fund, making him the first Black CEO of a Fortune 500 company. He held that role until 1993, when he became the Deputy Secretary of State under President Bill Clinton, not surprisingly, the first African American to ever hold the second highest foreign policy post. I salute Dr. Wharton for his groundbreaking career and the path of excellence he has blazed, and I'm humbled to be the first to ask that his accomplishments be forever enshrined in the official record of the People's House, the House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to communicate to you the profound influence and legacy of a man who was the ultimate communicator. Larry Carter dedicated his life to informing and uplifting Lansing, Michigan's black community, first through the radio and later through a newspaper he founded with his wife, Carolyn, that continues in publication today under his daughter's hand. Carter, also known as Jay Price, was born in Mississippi but grew up in the Midwest, graduating from John Marshall High School in Chicago in 1967. He met his future wife, Carolyn Hill, at the age of 12 and married her shortly after graduating from Columbia College with a degree in broadcast journalism. Together, they raised 3 beautiful children. Larry spent the early years of his career in positions spanning several media markets across the Midwest and southern regions. In 1984, an industry colleague convinced him to move to Lansing, Michigan, where he accepted the position in local radio. There, he quickly talked the station owner into changing the format to adult contemporary with Larry as the morning host. He was an instant on-air success and also worked behind the scenes as sales manager to produce commercials. Despite what he achieved in radio, Carter was itching to explore other avenues. In 1986, he launched a print publication initially called The Capitol Chronicle and later renamed The Chronicle News. The focus was simple: fill the void Larry saw in local news coverage by spotlighting and enhancing awareness of issues in the black community. It was a family affair from the start. Larry handled advertising sales. Carolyn learned how to design and lay out stories, and the kids enlisted their friends to deliver the paper door to door. Today, Larry and Carolyn have both passed, but their legacy remains. The Chronicle newspaper is published twice monthly by their daughter. The free publication is distributed throughout mid-Michigan and can be found in municipal buildings, schools, local businesses, churches, and community centers. They also leave behind a legacy of family, including their 3 children, 6 grandchildren, 2 great-grandchildren, and a host of nieces, nephews, cousins, and friends. Larry was devoted to lifting up the stories of his community, and today, it is my great honor to lift up his story and inscribe it in the official record of the United States House of Representatives, with profound gratitude for his devotion to creating a platform for the black community to be seen, heard, and understood. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the legend of R&B sound who hails not from a musical capital like Detroit, Chicago, or New York, but from the small town in Michigan's 7th District, South Lyon. Barbara Lewis was born into a powerful legacy as the great-granddaughter of Civil War veteran John W. Lewis. She was also born with a musical heritage, as her bandleader father played trumpet, her mother and uncle played sax, and her aunt was a music teacher. Surrounded by this symphony of sound, it was no surprise that Barbara began playing piano, guitar, and harmonica at an early age, writing songs at the age of 9, and singing lead vocals at family jam sessions in her teens. While Barbara told her friends and family that she had no intention of pursuing music as a career, a meeting with Ollie McLaughlin, an Ann Arbor DJ turned producer and manager, changed all that and changed the course of her life. Impressed by her talent and her original songs, he signed Barbara on the spot. In 1962, she recorded her first 2 singles. One of them, a peppy, upbeat piece called My Heart Wanna Do Dat Da, was, according to Barbara, written on her upright piano while she was babysitting one night while still attending South Lyon High School. Lewis holds the distinction of being the first Michigan artist to record for Atlantic Records, and in the span of her career, she went on to record 3 top 10 R&B hits for McLaughlin's record label, including the #1 smash, Hello Stranger. She also had 10 songs on Billboard's Hot 100 during the 1960s, ranking her second only to Aretha Franklin, also of Michigan, in terms of chart success for female solo artists from the state. Barbara recorded songs at the legendary Motown Studios in Detroit and performed with some of the greatest R&B artists of her time. Many of her songs have been remade and remastered and live on today, including by Queen Latifah and others featured on hit movie soundtracks, including The Bridges of Madison County. Barbara returned to Michigan in 1971, following stints in New York and Chicago, and lived many years in her home state before relocating to Florida. She received the Pioneer Award from the Rhythm and Blues Foundation in 1999 And in 2016, Barbara Lewis was inducted into the Michigan Rock and Roll Legends Hall of Fame. While health issues forced her to retire in 2017, I ask that her legendary sound and contributions to the arts be forever recorded in our hearts and here in the permanent record of the United States House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of an extraordinary educator who shaped the lives of thousands of Mid-Michigan students during her groundbreaking career. Carrie Owens grew up in Florida during the time of segregation and high racial tensions, and she knew from an early age she wanted to work towards dismantling the systems she saw all around her. Though her parents had no formal education, they pushed their kids to have what they did not have, and a young Carrie thrived in school. She eventually became a teacher and was hired at Okemos Public Schools in 1964, becoming the first black teacher in the district. It's said that when Mrs. Owens first interviewed for a job at Cornell Elementary in Okemos, she vowed to help each student individually because she recognized what many even in education circles did not yet grasp, that all students learn at different paces and in different ways. Just as she thrived in school, Owens did everything to ensure her students did the same, and she was put in charge of a transitional class of elementary school students who up until that point had had limited success in school. Owens made sure that each of her students progressed to grade level and empowered them to understand how they learned. Word of her tireless dedication to student success and her innovative teaching philosophy spread quickly, and many families moved to Okemos just so their children could be in her class. By the time she retired from teaching in 2001, she had touched thousands of young lives and helped change the face of education in our community. Not only did her hiring pave the way for other teachers of color, but by the end of her career, Okemos had its first black superintendent, and the district was overall a more diverse, inclusive community. As we mark Black History Month, I salute Carrie Owens, who is Black history in Okemos. This trailblazing teacher has left a mark on the hearts and minds of the entire community, and we are so much better for her service. May her lessons live on in the students she touched, in all the lives that she changed, and here in the permanent record of the United States House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to pay tribute to one of the greatest basketball players of all time, a man who brought so much magic to the game it quite literally became part of his name. And it all began in Michigan's capital city of Lansing, his hometown. To say that Earvin Magic Johnson came from a humble roots is an understatement. His mother was a school janitor, and his father worked at General Motors at the assembly line by day and collected garbage in the evenings. Johnson would often help his father on the garbage route, earning his nickname Garbage Man with the neighborhood kids. But all that teasing ended when he hit the basketball court. Johnson started playing as a youngster, and by the time he graduated from Lansing Everett High School, where he led his team to a state championship and was dubbed Magic, he was already considered the greatest high school basketball player to ever come out of Michigan. He moved just down the road to East Lansing, attending Michigan State University, where he became a two-time All-American, leading the Spartans to the 1979 National Championship while being voted the most outstanding player of the year in that year's Final Four. He was the #1 overall selection for the 1979 NBA draft, chosen by the LA Lakers, where he would go on to play his entire professional career. The stats are dazzling. In his 13 seasons with the Lakers, Johnson was a key member of 5 NBA championships, as well as being a 12-time All-Star, 3-time NBA Finals MVP, and 3-time League MVP. During his NBA career, Johnson averaged 19.5 points per game, 7.2 rebounds per game, and 11 assists per game. He was a member of the original NBA Dream Team, winning a gold medal in the 1992 Barcelona Olympics. Both his Spartan jersey and his Lakers jersey were retired, and Magic Johnson has been inducted into the College Basketball Hall of Fame, the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame, and MSU Athletics Hall of Fame, and the Michigan Sports Hall of Fame. Johnson stunned the world in 1991 with the announcement that he had tested positive for HIV. It was a seismic moment in our culture as an athlete of Johnson's stature vowed in public to raise awareness about a virus that was shrouded in stigma. In the decades since that pivotal moment, his advocacy off the court has been as impressive as his skills on the court, and he has not been limited to that one topic. He's used his platform to support so many causes, from HIV and AIDS to mental health to COVID vaccines and the transformational power of wealth building for Black families. Johnson has said about his legacy, quote, now these kids dream that they can become not only a basketball player or a football player, but they can become a businessman. So that's what's important, that we have power and we have a seat at the table. With gratitude for his enduring contributions, I submit to the permanent record of the United States House of Representatives that Irvin Magic Johnson not only provided a seat at the table, but helped construct it. A table formed in the heart of East Lansing, shaped by a fierce work ethic and raw talent, and sprinkled with magic. And finally, Mr. Speaker, today I rise to pay tribute to a visionary social justice innovator and academic who is making space for African American women and girls to celebrate who they are and what they bring to the world, and bringing new and critical opportunities to students at Michigan State University. Ruth Nicole Brown is the inaugural chairperson of and professor in the Department of African American and African Studies at MSU. Dr. Brown, an internationally recognized leader in Black girlhood, joined MSU on July 1, 2020, and quickly got to work creating and advancing the mission of this new degree-granting department at the university. Thanks to her efforts, beginning in the 2022-23 school year, MSU students were, for the first time, able to declare a major in African American and American Studies, and many have jumped at the opportunity. In addition to her academic and administrative accomplishments, Dr. Brown is the founder of Saving Our Lives, Hear Our Truths, a creative space that brings young African American girls together to celebrate Black girlhood. She also started Black Girl Genius Week, a city and university-wide social media takeover and awareness campaign focusing on rising Black women. She has written several books on the topic and is a highly sought-after speaker. It's this combination of scholarly work and public engagement that makes Dr. Brown such an innovator. One day, she's co-editing educational research and anthologies and articles about racial equality and feminism. The next day, she's performing in powerful pieces combining music, images, and words. Dr. Brown is the master of seeing a void and stepping up to fill it. The performance community she has created responds to a need for spaces where Black girls and women are seen and valued. And the department she chairs allows students for the first time to center their studies on Black history, including a critical exploration of the role of feminism and gender. Today, I salute Dr. Brown for the many ways she is changing the game through art, through music, and through education. I'm so grateful that along with her many distinguished titles, we are able to call her a Michigan State University Spartan. Many of her successes and contributions continue to enrich the MSU community and be acknowledged here in the permanent record of the United States House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Texas Independence Day, and I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revive and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I say, I want to celebrate in advance Texas Independence Day on March the 2nd, 1836. Folks, they say everything is better in Texas. Well, let me just tell you, I'm here to confirm that that rumor is true, or more correctly, it is no longer a rumor. We have a saying in Texas, and that goes like this: it ain't bragging if it's facts, and that's the facts about Texas. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to be joined by my good Texas friends from both sides of the aisle to celebrate Texas Independence Day. Folks, on March 2nd, 1836, that was the day the Republic of Texas was born. During the Texas Revolution, a convention of 59 Texans met at Washington on the Brazos and declared our independence of Texas from Mexico. The Declaration decried the arbitrary acts of oppression and tyranny from the Mexican government under the dictator General Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna. In particular, it noted that the government had, quote, ceased to protect the lives, liberty, and property of the people from whom its legitimate powers are derived, end quote. And the Texans signing that declaration sought to protect our rights of free speech, our rights to keep and bear arms, sound familiar? And our rights of freedom of religion. And folks, I'm proud to report These same freedoms still hold true in Texas today. March 2nd is a day that all Texans come together and celebrate the cause of come and take it and remember the Alamo. We remember and honor the pioneering, independent, trailblazing spirit of the great state of Texas. Independence has flowed through the veins of Texans ever since. May our thirst for freedom never die, and may we and our offspring always remember that freedom is worth fighting for. Mr. Speaker, just like those iconic frontier days, we are still at work using what my grandfather, who came over on the boat from Germany, by the way, in 1903, and what my grandfather called good old-fashioned Texas horse sense to get the jobs done. You tell kids that today, good old-fashioned horse sense, they look at you funny, but they call it common sense maybe. The sad fact of the matter is that common sense isn't very common these days, but in Texas, it's still alive and doing quite well, thank you. So before turning it over to my fellow Texans here tonight, I'd like to share two of my favorite quotes from Davy Crockett, who was a member of Congress from Tennessee. His first quote is, "I must say, as to what I have seen of Texas, it is the garden spot of the world. The best land and the best prospects for health I ever saw, and I do believe it is a fortune to any man to come here," end quote. Of course, when Crockett ran for re-election to the U.S. House of Reps, he got defeated, and then he uttered his second, probably more famous quote. He said to his people who voted him out, "Y'all," he said, "of course, I may not know what y'all want to do. I'm going to Texas. Y'all can all go to hell." I'm just quoting David Crockett, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be a Texan and even prouder to represent the great people of Texas here in Washington. And as the songs say, God bless Texas. Now I want to recognize my good friend, Dr. Brian Babin, for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate my very good friend and fellow Texan, Representative Weber, for this special order. Thank you for having it. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize one of the most important days in the history of this world, and that is Texas Independence Day. March the 2nd marks the day that 59 heroic Texians gathered at Washington on the Brazos to ratify the Texas Declaration of Independence. But we know that this freedom didn't come without great bloodshed. At sites like Gonzales, the Alamo, Goliad, and San Jacinto. There's a painting of the Alamo right there. The fortitude of these men and the countless others who gave their lives is why the Lone Star State exists today, 187 years later. As a lifelong student of history and a former member of the Texas Historical Commission, I am incredibly proud to represent the San Jacinto battleground here in my district, in the 36th District of Texas, where a Texian army under General Sam Houston officially secured independence following a defining battle at San Jacinto. It lasted a mere 18 minutes amid cries of "Remember the Alamo." The Republic of Texas reigned as an independent nation for 9 years before being admitted into the United States as the 28th state of the Union. And since its addition, Texas has flourished as one of the most prominent states in the country, emerging as a leader in many vital sectors, including agriculture, space exploration, military readiness, technology, tourism, and much more. Our state is also home to many of the nation's top medical centers, where I went to school at one, Texas Medical Center. It leads in energy production. In fact, creates twice as much energy as the next highest state in the Union. In fact, as its own country today, Texas would be among the top 10 largest economies in the entire world. It's simply remarkable, and no wonder why Texans have so much pride. After all, everything in Texas is bigger and better. We Texans don't like to brag. We just tell the truth, and it just sounds like we're bragging. I believe that those who envisioned what Texas would be so long ago would be absolutely and mighty pleased to see how far that we have come. So to all of my fellow Texans, I say happy Independence Day. May God continue to bless our beloved Lone Star State. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for yielding back. It is now my distinct honor to have one of our newest stars from Texas, Congresswoman Monica de la Cruz, to come share with us for 2 minutes.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I stand before you today to honor our heroes of the Texas Revolution. On February 24th, 1836, over 187 years ago, a group of Texians and Tejanos were surrounded by General Santa Anna in a little mission known around the world as the Alamo. It is my high honor to read Lieutenant Colonel William Travis's stirring words. Commandancy of the Alamo, Béjar, February 24th, 1836. To the people of Texas and all Americans in the world, fellow citizens and compatriots, I am besieged by 1,000 or more of the Mexicans under Santa Anna. I have sustained a continual bombardment and cannonade for 24 hours and have not lost a man. The enemy has demanded a surrender at discretion. Otherwise, the garrisons are to be put to the sword. And if the fort is taken, I have answered the demand with a cannon shot, and our flag still waves proudly from the walls. I shall never surrender or retreat. Then I call on you in the name of liberty, of patriotism, and everything dear to the American character to come to our aid with all dispatch. The enemy is receiving reinforcements daily and will no doubt increase to 3,000 or 4,000 in 4 or 5 days. If this call is neglected, I am determined to sustain myself as long as possible and die like a soldier who never forgets what is due to his own honor and that of his country. Victory or death. William Barrett Travis, Lieutenant Colonel Commandante. P.S. The Lord is on our side, and when the enemy appeared in sight, we had not 3 bushels of corn. We have since found in deserted houses 80 or 90 bushels, and got into the walls 20 or 30 head of beeves. Travis, we know that the Texans lost this battle, but they did not lose the war. Cries of "Remember the Alamo" swept across the land, and from these ashes arose a nation, a land built on faith, family, and freedom. I stand here in Congress as a proud Tejana and encourage my fellow Texans to remember the fearless men and women who built this land, our land, known worldwide as Texas. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady, and Ms. Speaker, now at this time it is my distinct honor to introduce another rising star from the Texas delegation, Congressman Keith Self. I yield 2 minutes.
Thank you, and Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize one of the drafters and signers of the Texas Declaration of Independence, Colin McKinney. I was privileged to serve as the county judge in the county of Collin, in the county seat of McKinney, obviously named for this Texas hero. And recently we erected a larger-than-life statue of Colin McKinney in his hometown of Anna, Texas. I rise to recognize this larger-than-life hero in the state of Texas. I yield back.
I thank you for yielding back, and that is my distinct honor to recognize another fellow Texan who's been very instrumental in this Congress, Mr. Pete Sessions.
I thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding me time. Mr. Speaker, tonight we join Texans back home in a day of celebration for the state of Texas. The state of Texas, as you have heard, began its formation not just at the Alamo, but as people came to Texas with the understanding that we wanted freedom of our own country. And that's when on February the 24th, the day after the siege of the Alamo began, heroism and opportunity filled the Alamo with ideas not only about what they wanted to have their own country, but about a land of people, a land of freedom, and a land that would be full of opportunity. Mr. Speaker, that is what we still stand for in Texas, a state that has distinguished itself not only in honor and in principles, but in the opportunity to be a part of the United States of America, one nation under God. The opportunity to serve in war after war with the United States military, the armed forces of this country. And Texas has produced for years not just heroes like Davy Crockett and Colonel Travis Barrett, but produced in every single war in this country those men and women who would stand for the opportunity to make this country stronger and better. So tonight, as we begin the celebration of Texas Independence Day, it should be remembered that here in Washington, D.C., that this delegation is proud of not only who we are and what we stand for, but we're proud to be the 28th state in the United States of America. In 1845, as we left Texas being a country to join the United States of America. And so the heroism, the pride of authorship, and the love which we have for the state of Texas, we also share for our country, the United States of America. I want to thank the gentleman for leading the Texas delegation tonight as we stand on the floor to give thanks. Texas, our Texas, all hail the mighty state.
I thank the gentleman for yielding back, and now it's my pleasure to yield 2 minutes to a good friend of ours, gentleman from California, Congressman LaMalfa.
Well, thank you, my good friend, Mr. Weber from Texas. I might be an oddity here. Was the guy from California standing here tonight? But first of all, as a friend to my great Texas colleagues and neighbor, so to speak, just congratulations on the state of Texas, the people of Texas, on their anniversary, and also all that goes with that independence, that spirit that I admire of the people of Texas and its long, great history. And I think we need a lot more of that across the whole country, because you can always, I think, trust a Texan to stand up for this country. And so as a Californian, we used to have a lot of that same spirit as pioneers of the West going back to the gold rush. And we have indeed a lot of great things to point towards in my home state. But we're on harder times, self-inflicted. And I think the spirit that of patriotism, of America first, that is exhibited by Texas is indeed one the whole country could use. Now, it's kind of interesting when we were talking about annexation a little bit earlier here, where Texas might look like it might take over the world sometimes, and I wouldn't doubt it. It's possible. But my home state of California, as there is kind of a mass exodus from my state to others, escaping the cost of living, the regulation, some of the other crazy things that are going on in my home state. And indeed, the recipient, a lot of those good folks that are leaving, is the state of Texas. So I'm not sure if California is trying to annex Texas or if Texas is annexing California a little bit here, but I hope at least it's to the benefit of your state as we try and sort through our issues and getting back on track, such as growing so much of the nation's food supply that comes from my state and conserving the water to do so. But I'm getting off on a tangent here. So indeed, as much to admire every chance I get to be in the state, it feels like an extension of home to me. I come from a very rural part of Northern California, and we listen to a lot of the same music and eat similar food and farm and ranch maybe in a similar way. So my hat's off, literally, to the people of Texas. The only thing I can't really get along with is the Dallas Cowboys as a 49er fan. That's about the only thing I can get, but we'll leave that aside. But I'm indeed glad to stand here with you tonight and wish the best and a happy anniversary of Texas independence. Please keep leading the way. You're going to lead our nation through difficult times with your spirit. God bless you. God bless Texas.
I thank the gentleman for his remarks and for yielding back. Mr. Speaker, a little historical perspective on what Congressman LaMalfa was saying. When you think about how Texas came into the Union Act, he called it annexation, but the truth of the matter was Texas came into the Union unlike any other state in the history of the world, really. All the other states were annexed. Texas was a republic, so we came in by treaty. Of course we did. We had to do it our own way. If you think back to that time, Mr. Speaker, things were happening really fast. After America won its independence, let's say 1787, I think was the battle, was 1781, maybe the Battle of Yorktown. That was some 30 years later, I guess, 40 years later, that Mexico in 1821 won its independence from Spain, 1821. A scant 15 years later, the Texicans, as we recall, won our independence from Mexico. Now, I don't know, Congressman LaMalfa was talking about annexation, about how annexation was happening fast. And of course, Pete Sessions was right. Texas entered the state, the Union as a 28th state on December 29th, 1845. And I think about that, Mr. Speaker, from time to time. What was the legislature of Texas thinking back then when we had a chance to annex the rest of the United States? What were they thinking? But nonetheless, that's what they did. It is my distinct pleasure now to bring up another rising star in the Texas delegation, Nathaniel Moran, and yield to him 2 minutes. Mr. Moran, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my friend and colleague, Mr. Weber, for gathering us all here today in commemoration of one of my favorite holidays, the Texas Independence Day. It's a great day to celebrate. On March 2nd, 1836, a group of brave Texans adopted the Texas Declaration of Independence to create the Republic of Texas. This occurred in the midst of one of the most sacrificial stands for liberty in American history, the Battle of the Alamo, that famously lasted 13 days and cost the lives of all combatants who were inside those walls. Remember, the Alamo was the cry that day that went out, that inspired other Texans to victory, propelled us to liberty in this great state. The story of freedom for Texas mirrors the story of freedom for the United States. It was born out of selfless sacrifice by so many looking for a better life, looking to carve out a better life for their families, a life that they could make with their own hands, with their decisions, with government out of the way. Freedom will always find a way, and there are always those who will rise to the occasion when the time comes. I'm certain of that, and we see many of those here today that are rising to the occasion to speak for liberty and to speak for freedom, just as those Texans did a long time ago. With gratitude to so many from outside Texas who made that dream a reality, especially those who volunteered from Kentucky and from Tennessee, we celebrate the day Texas declared its Independence Day, and we share it with those who gratefully gave and graciously gave to Texas during that time. We honor their sacrifices and those of so many more who made it possible over the generations afterward. Texans are tough-minded, kind-hearted, and hard-working. They have a deep love for our Lord, service to one another, and working to better their community. These are the values of Texas. They are the values I was raised with, and the values I am proud to pass down to my 4 children. I'm extremely proud to represent the 1st District of Texas, the only state in the Union to have been its own republic. So happy Independence Day, Texas, and God bless you and the years to come. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for yielding back. And, Mr. Speaker, I will say all of your speakers today laid out an exact reason why Texans love freedom and why they're willing to fight for freedom at any cost. We need to be teaching our children that freedom isn't free. I hope we are. In Texas, Texans get it. Freedom isn't free. So I want to end by saying, may all the United States join us in proclaiming what the song says so eloquently, God blessed Texas. I want to say amen and amen. Congratulations, Texas. Congratulations, Texas. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 30 minutes.
Secretary of Labor Marty Walsh has announced his intention to leave the Biden administration, and reports suggest Deputy Secretary Julie Su is the leading candidate to replace him. As chair of the House Subcommittee on Workforce Protections, I am urging President Biden in the strongest terms not to appoint Julie Su to this important cabinet post. Prior to joining the Biden Labor Department, Su was California's Secretary of Labor under Governor Gavin Newsom. To say that she failed the people of California in that role would be an extreme understatement. I was serving in the state assembly during her tenure. I witnessed firsthand failures on a scale that no state in this country has ever experienced. I've already sent a coalition letter from members of the California congressional delegation to President Biden, urging him to nominate anyone other than Su. Today, I will expand on the points we raised in that letter. The amount of suffering Su's Labor Department inflicted on my constituents and millions of Californians needs to be understood by the President and by every senator who would be voting on her nomination. Specifically, I'll be discussing 3 main failures in her tenure in California, each of which is independently disqualifying. First, under her supervision, California's unemployment office, known as the EDD, failed to deliver benefits to millions of Californians. Second, at the same time, thanks to Su's gross negligence, the EDD allowed the largest fraud of taxpayer dollars in history. Third, Su helped destroy the careers of thousands of California freelancers as an architect of a labor law that effectively bans independent work. Let's start first by looking at the EDD's staggering failures under Su's watch to perform its basic function of delivering benefits to the unemployed. Now, California had the highest or second highest unemployment rate in the entire country through most of the COVID-19 era. This, in itself, could be seen as a significant failing of the state's Secretary of Labor. What was even worse is that those people who lost their paychecks on the government's orders, millions of Californians, had to wait weeks, months, or in some cases indefinitely they were entitled to by law. Now, in fairness, the COVID shutdown presented unemployment departments with unprecedented demands, and a number of states struggled to keep up. But what happened in California under Su's management is simply without comparison. An estimated 5 million claims were delayed, many for months on end. An estimated 1 million people were wrongfully denied benefits. As a result, many of my constituents were left helpless, with no income, no ability to provide for their families. Many became dependent on food banks, had to cut back on basic necessities, had to dip into their life savings or take on debt. For example, in late April of 2020, my office received a call from a woman named Emily, who was inconsolable, saying she was on the brink of giving up hope. She was out of work, and her EDD claim had been pending for a month. She had no money, no way to pay her bills or put food on the table. I just can't do this anymore, she said, adding she couldn't hang on the governor's promises anymore. We later learned the agency had made a basic processing error, denying her claim and not even telling her. I could provide hundreds of other stories just like this. At times during 2020, my office would open dozens of new cases every day from constituents who could not get their benefits. We heard from folks who had called the EDD hundreds of times with no answer, who received notices with someone else's social security number, someone else's employer, someone else's earnings, who would wait weeks, months, or forever for their benefits. The level of service was worse than anything I had ever seen in government, eclipsing the very worst horror stories of bureaucratic ineptitude. By one estimate, only 1 in 1,000 people would reach a live person when they tried to call the EDD. Sometimes, after finally getting through, the caller would be abruptly hung up on. The callback option routinely failed, with people requesting a callback and then not getting one. Often, no reason was given for benefit denials, and when was given, it often didn't make sense. One claimant had an electronic application denied as ineligible. As illegible, I should say, an electronic application. San Francisco Assemblyman David Chiu, a Democrat, started a hashtag featuring the worst of these incidents. He called it hashtag EDD fail of the day. Months went by with no progress made. And you don't need to take my word for it. In July of 2020, 61 of the 80 members of the California Assembly, mostly Democrats, wrote as follows. In our 5th month of the pandemic, with so many constituents yet to receive a single unemployment payment, it's clear that EDD is failing California. Millions of our constituents have had no income for months. As Californians wait for answers from EDD, they have depleted their life savings, they've gone into extreme debt, and are in deep panic as they figure out how to put food on the table and a roof over their heads. The lawmakers went on to explain how the EDD time and again failed to take responsibility and failed to correct its mistakes. They wrote that they had been met with long-winded excuses, fumbling non-answers, or unclear and inconsistent data, along with a, quote, lack of transparency and accountability, even, quote, obfuscation and dishonesty in their dealings with the agency. We have exhausted all avenues at our disposal, they said, as the agency had addressed only a few of the many issues we have highlighted for months, and was only scratching the surface of the disaster that is the EDD. Those are the words of the Democrat supermajority in the legislature, the disaster that is the EDD. The legislators lamented, quote, how little has improved at EDD over the course of the pandemic. Independent reports would soon confirm the extent of the agency's mismanagement and deception. While the EDD had said in July of 2020 that its claims backlog would be cleared by September, a report found 1.5 million claims remained unresolved, and the backlog was increasing by 10,000 each week. The Independent Legislative Analyst's Office found the EDD mischaracterized the crisis repeatedly to the legislature. For instance, the EDD claimed 705,000 claims were denied, when the real number was 3.4 million. Under Julie Su, California's unemployment office became the national poster child for government failure. Su failed to prevent avoidable problems, failed to address the crisis as it spiraled out of control, and failed to honestly acknowledge problems after the fact. Millions of Californians paid the price. And it bears emphasizing that these were people who had lost their jobs on the government's orders and had been paying in to the very system that was now failing them. Even allies of the governor and Secretary Su concluded that she was responsible. Democrat Assemblymember Connie Petrie Norris, who is chairwoman of the Assembly Accountability and Administrative Review Committee, said that Su has not done a good job at running the Employment Development Department, saying Su's mismanagement, quote, caused heartbreak for millions of Californians. That's the first reason, that heartbreak for millions, why President Biden should not even consider elevating Deputy Secretary Su. The second independent basis for disqualification is the historic fraud of taxpayer dollars that occurred on her watch. As so many hardworking citizens waited in vain for the checks they were owed by the EDD, There was one group of claimants for whom the delivery of benefits was swift and seamless: prisoners and fraudsters who were not entitled to them. In the largest fraud of taxpayer dollars in history, an estimated $32 billion was wrongfully paid out from the EDD to state prison inmates and international crime syndicates. Payments were made to murderers, rapists, and child molesters. 133 death row inmates collected over $400,000. These hardened criminals didn't have to try hard. They used names like Dianne Feinstein and John Doe without raising an eyebrow. The district attorney of Sacramento County called the scheme, quote, relatively easy. The scale of this fraud boggles the mind. It equates to over $800 per person in California. The amount of money wasted was enough to pay the annual salary of 330,000 teachers in California. You could end world hunger with this kind of money. But instead, where did the money go? It went to the worst of the worst, funding organized crime both domestically and internationally. This $32 billion was used not to help citizens who had lost their jobs, or to pay teachers, or to end hunger, but to fund further criminal activities. And it was easily preventable. Nothing even close to this happened in any other state. The reason it happened in California was Secretary Julie Su. She made the inexplicable decision to forego a basic fraud prevention system. She ignored the federal government's guidance that claims be cross-checked against the prison rules, which was standard practice in other states. The agency sent hundreds of benefit cards to the same address, sent cards directly to correctional facilities, issued benefits to infants and centenarians. The district attorney of Sacramento County called the EDD's response to the fraud, quote, slow and non-existent, and advised to look to other states for solutions. Fresno County's district attorney said the administration did nothing until the elected district attorneys brought it to the media, adding she did not think the state, quote, has a handle on it. Riverside County's district attorney said, quote, I don't know who was at the wheel. The chairwoman of the State Assembly Committee responsible for overseeing the EDD, a Democrat, decried the failure to follow, quote, simple and obvious steps that are implemented across the country. She added, it's absurd. This is outrageous. Perhaps most outrageous of all, as the district attorneys who uncovered the fraud put it, fraudulent unemployment claims deny those who have lost their employment, many due to COVID-19, who are legally eligible for benefits and are truly in need from getting the financial assistance they need. Assemblyman David Hsu, a Democrat from San Francisco, summed it up this way. It's egregious that my constituents make a single typo that holds up their EDD benefits for months, while an inmate on death row can use a fake name and still get benefits paid out. As if these first two reasons were not enough, the heartbreak for millions and the waste of billions, Deputy Secretary Su should not be elevated to the Biden cabinet for a third independent reason. As California's Secretary of Labor, she championed and ruthlessly enforced a labor law that has been called one of the most destructive pieces of legislation in the past 20 years. And it wasn't me that called it that. This quote came from Gavin Newsom's own former Deputy Chief of Staff, Yashar Ali, who added, it's truly horrific how many people have been negatively impacted by the law. That law, AB 5, effectively bans independent work of any kind. While it was promoted as a way to convert rideshare drivers to the status of W-2 employees, the law has ensnared hundreds of professions. Videographers and caricaturists, transcriptionists and interpreters, technicians and engineers, analysts and consultants, musicians and conductors, artists and dancers, writers and editors, coaches and trainers, teachers and tutors, nurses and doulas. Hardly an industry or trade is unscathed. It is a law so bad that affected industries have had to lobby the legislature for exceptions, over 100 of which have been granted, but only to those with enough influence. Countless other Californians, spanning hundreds of professions, remain subject to the law and have lost their ability to earn a living in our state or had their professional options severely restricted. In fact, many national companies now explicitly disclaim on their applications that they can no longer work with California freelancers. In many professions, independent contracting is the only viable business model. In others, it is much preferred thanks to the flexibility and freedom it affords. But regardless, the blunt instrument of AB 5 forbids it. Most devastated by this law are the most vulnerable: seniors, caregivers, students, reformed convicts, single mothers, people with disabilities or health issues or mental health needs, all of whom rely on independent contracting to balance work with their personal life circumstances. Consider just a few testimonials of Californians whose lives have been upended by the law. A woman named Jody said, "I worked years to gain my skill as an American Sign Language interpreter. It was my goal since I was 9 years old. After AB 5, I lost all 3 of my agencies. The dream I worked for is lost. I can't provide for my family, and thousands of California deaf won't be serviced." Andy said, I work with underserved artists of color. None of my career as an artist, technician, designer, and producer would have been possible under AB 5. Artists of color will be less able to create their own work. Megan said, I am a nurse practitioner. AB 5 is widening the gap in healthcare as small rural practices that can only be staffed with contractors shut their doors. Setting my own schedule has allowed me to spend time with my children that I will no longer be able to. Daniel said, I am a chiropractor in California. I was just terminated from my wonderful independent contract, 10 hours per week job. The company cited AB 5. I've had this job for 10 years. The job allowed me flexibility to take care of my 3 special needs kids. Now it's gone. Jared said AB 5 forced me to shut down my business. I went from making $80,000 per year in home services to a minimum wage employee. My family trade is gone. I've gone from working 4 days a week to spend time with my kids to not knowing if I can make ends meet working 7 days. Kathy said, I'm a 71-year-old transcriber. I raised 6 kids and went to work in my 40s, but I had to retire at 62 due to health issues. I depend on my at-home transcription pay to survive and pay my bills. For 8 years, I did okay until AB 5. And Barbara said, I'm a proofreader. Competition is fierce and it's hard to get clients, but I did it. I was thrilled to choose jobs I was best suited for and to work when I wanted. After AB 5, Californians need not apply. Julie Su has been called an architect of this law. After its enactment, she used her position as California Secretary of Labor to ruthlessly enforce it. Here's what Su said in her own words. She said, the way to enforce AB 5 is just doing investigations and audits. That will be on both wages and tax, she went on. She said, so we will be doing investigations and audits so that those who want to comply with the need to reclassify can do so, and those who won't will understand that that's not the kind of economy we want in California. Think about how callous those words are. Just wiping out hundreds of professions, countless people. That's not the kind of economy we want in California, she said. She went on to say, so we can issue citations and demand both wages and taxes and other kinds of penalties. Su shamelessly kicked this harassment strategy into high gear after the COVID shutdowns began. She even defied the will of Congress in the process in one of the most disgraceful episodes of the COVID era. Congress had provided benefits to independent contractors through the CARES Act and put states in charge of distributing those benefits. Yet under withheld those benefits as she aimed to exploit this sudden need that independent contractors had to interface with her department. Called the People versus AB 5, which was run by 4 self-described Democrats who support unions but were opponents of the law, explained Su's scheme. They wrote that the EDD, quote, attempted to weaponize the COVID-19 crisis by leading out-of-work Californians into a trap. Instead of giving them access to benefits, the benefits Congress had included for independent contractors in the CARES Act, the EDD tried to shoehorn them into the regular unemployment system, where they would then have to name the names of their business partners. Then, once it had that list, the EDD would launch audits of the named businesses for allegedly violating AB 5 and would hit them with fines ranging from $5,000 to $25,000 per, quote, misclassification. And this would be applied retroactively to before the law even existed. The website gave an example of a small princess for your little girl's birthday party business whose owner was audited and fined $60,000 dating back several years. Incredibly, as small businesses were on their last legs, the EDD plowed ahead with these harassing audits, using personnel that could have been processing unemployment claims or detecting fraud. The worst consequence of all this was that countless freelancers forced out of work by AB5, COVID, or some combination of the two had to wait weeks or months for benefits, as Sue's department played its political games. You don't need to take my word for this. California Congressman Adam Schiff wrote a letter to Secretary Sue in April of 2020, rebuking her for failing to release the benefits independent contractors were owed under the CARES Act. Schiff wrote as follows: I represent thousands of independent, freelance, contract, and gig workers, including many in the entertainment industry, who often do not fully qualify for standard unemployment benefits. The CARES Act, which was signed into law 2 weeks ago, dramatically expands unemployment coverage, and I led an effort in the House to extend this coverage to non-traditional and independent workers. As states are now working to implement these expanded federal benefits, I am hearing from many of my newly eligible constituents who are concerned because they are not yet able to apply and who are increasingly worried as their financial responsibilities continue to mount without anticipated income. It is little wonder that the coalition behind AB5 has issued a letter endorsing Sue to be President Biden's new Secretary of Labor. The letter, signed by the California Laborers Federation, SEIU California, the California Teachers Association, among others, begins, "There is no one more qualified to help lead." They know exactly where she would lead the country, down the same disastrous path as California, something her former boss, Gavin Newsom, has explicitly called for, saying California is a model for the nation, promising to highlight California's, quote, policy innovations so they can be scaled up nationally. Given Julie Sue's role as an architect and enforcer of AB5, there is no doubt that as U.S. Secretary of Labor, she would do everything in her power, and likely things not properly in her power, to nationalize the law and its destructive consequences. In fact, there are already 2 vehicles for doing so. The PRO Act, which passed the House last year, would cost at least 350,000 freelance workers their ability to earn a living. And at this moment, the Department of Labor has a proposed rule that would similarly threaten the livelihood of independent contractors nationwide. This is not a trivial matter. 57 million Americans engage in freelance work. They deserve a Secretary of Labor who defends their freedom to work and respects them as professionals. Julie Sue's track record suggests she would be a secretary who does just the opposite. President Biden faces a very clear choice. Does he want a Secretary of Labor who will fight for workers, taxpayers, and citizens, or does he want the hand-selected rubber stamp of special interest groups? This is a moment of vital importance for the American workforce. We are coming out of an era of unprecedented upheaval and heading towards an era of unpredictable transformation. The position of Secretary of Labor cannot be treated as a gift to special interests. It cannot be occupied by someone who has harmed so many workers in so many ways. It cannot be consumed by the incompetence and corruption that Californians are all too familiar with. I urge President Biden to cease consideration of Julie Sue for Labor Secretary and to appoint a new secretary who is competent and qualified, who is pro-worker and pro-small business, who will work with Democrats and Republicans alike, who will unleash our economic potential rather than suppress it, and who understands that it is ingenuity and hard work, not the heavy hand of government, that has made the American workforce the greatest engine for progress the world has ever known. Thank you, and I yield.
Does the gentleman have a motion?
I move that the House does now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.